Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the supreme being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth, and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Oath or affirmation. Announcements by the President.
Honorable Senators, I have granted leave of absence to Senator the Honorable Donna Cox and Senator the Honorable Paula Gopeesingh, both of whom are out of the country, and to Senator Anil Roberts, who is ill. Honorable Senators, I have received the following correspondence from Her Excellency the President Christine Carla Kangaloo, ORTT. The Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, by Her Excellency Christine Carla Kangaloo, ORTT, President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, to Mr. Vyash Nanlal. Whereas Senator the Honorable Donna Cox is incapable of performing her duties as a senator by reason of her absence from Trinidad and Tobago, now therefore I, Christine Carla Kangaloo, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(a) and Section 44(4)(a) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, do hereby appoint you, Vyash Nanlal, to be a member of the Senate temporarily with effect from the 26th of November 2024 and continuing during the absence from Trinidad and Tobago of Senator the Honorable Donna Cox. To Mr. Tahaka Obika, whereas Senator the Honorable Paula Gopeesingh is incapable of performing her duties as a senator by reason of her absence from Trinidad and Tobago, now therefore I, Christine Carla Kangaloo, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(a) and Section 44(4)(a) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, do hereby appoint you, Tahaka Obika, to be a member of the Senate temporarily with effect from the 26th of November 2024 and continuing during the absence from Trinidad and Tobago of Senator the Honorable Paula Gopeesingh. Given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the office of the President, St. Anne's, this 25th day of November 2024. Honorable Senators, Senators are required to take the oath.
I, Vyash Nanlal, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by the Bhagavad Gita that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
Okay, there's a panelist.
I, Tahar Kobika, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do solemnly affirm that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
Yes, there's a panelist side. Come back. Wait till me in front.
Honorable Senators, I crave your indulgence to return to this item on the order paper once we have the instrument for the next senator to be sworn in today. Honorable Senators, I wish to notify you that we have some guests in the chamber today, a visiting delegation from the Parliament of Uganda, Honorable Okupa Elijah, the Honorable Pamela Nasio, the Honorable Ebwalu Jonathan, and Mr. Dick Wanyoto. Welcome to the Parliament. Honorable Senators, former Senator Professor Emeritus Harold Ramkissoon passed away on Friday, November the 15th, 2024. I now invite members to offer tributes. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, on Friday, November 15th, 2024, this nation lost a most distinguished and dedicated son of the soil. During his life, Professor Emeritus Harold Ramkissoon contributed extensively to his chosen field, to the University of the West Indies, to the Senate, to his family and community, and to CARICOM, the wider region, and to all of humanity. Like many other extraordinary contributors to our national life, Professor Ramkissoon hailed from the Southland. And like many of our top parliamentarians, he attended Presentation College, San Fernando. From early on, he demonstrated that he was academically gifted with an incredible talent and aptitude for mathematics. Mr. President, we have not had many mathematicians in the Senate before him, and indeed after him. An honors student at the UWI Mona campus, and a Master of Science degree in mathematics from the University of Toronto, and a PhD in applied mathematics from the University of Calgary in Canada in 1975, set the foundation for a truly exemplary academic career. Just 1 year later, in 1976, a young Harold Ramkissoon returned to his homeland of Trinidad and Tobago and initiated his professional career as a lecturer in mathematics at UWI St. Augustine. He taught and led and mentored and shaped young minds at UWI until his retirement many decades later in 2017. Two words stand out when you ask his former students to describe him: brilliant and inspiring. Brilliant and inspiring. He simply knew how to ignite the mind, to nurture a thirst for fact and principle, how to develop a passion for science and knowledge in others, and how to uplift the importance of lifelong learning. Harold Ramkissoon moved relatively quickly from lecturer to senior lecturer to professor. In 1990, he became the first West Indian at UWI to be appointed reader and to have a personal chair in mathematics established in his name. And in 2007, he was conferred with the title Professor Emeritus. He was blessed to travel to many countries to share his vast knowledge, particularly in micropolar and microcontinuum fluids and applied mathematics in fluid dynamics, including countries such as China, the United Kingdom, India, the USA, the Czech Republic, Malaysia, and many others. Professor published over 85 scientific papers in international journals. He authored 5 books and was a reviewer for scientific journals globally. Professor Harold Ramkissoon received many awards, accolades, and fellowships, including the Chaconia Gold Medal and high awards from Cuba and Venezuela, including the very first CARICOM Science Award, along with Jamaican Dr. Raymond Wright. He was also the founding father of CARI Science, aimed to strengthen science and technology across our wider region. From 2010 to 2013, Professor Ramkissoon brought into the Senate, as an independent senator, his vast knowledge and experience. He also brought his disciplined upbringing and background, his lifelong community experience, his beliefs and his strong principles as a member of the Hindu faith. He also brought his love for his family and his unshakable patriotism, all of which enriched his many contributions to our Senate. As an independent senator, he was not shy to speak and contribute, and debated 26 bills and many motions during his relatively brief years in this chamber. Mr. President, this is a son of the soil of which we must all be proud. His was an extraordinary life of service and leadership, and our nation is the better for it. I salute his dear wife, Tara, and his sons, Ravi and Suresh, for sharing him with the academic world, with this Senate, with this nation, with CARICOM, and with the wider globe. Mr. President, I spoke with his sons in preparation for this tribute, and they fondly remember his very quiet discipline, his constant pursuit of excellence, his relentless and constant pursuit of excellence, and his abiding belief that your achievements should not be limited based on your origins and the circumstances of your birth and upbringing. Mr. President, his family can find additional comfort in the reality that his legacy lives on. His legacy lives on in the continuation of his strong principles. His legacy lives on in the life of the University of the West Indies, which he loved dearly. His legacy lives on in the hearts of every student, in the field of mathematics, in the joy of teaching, in the life of this chamber, and in the hope that we all appreciate the sacrifices that would have led to the extraordinary achievements and service and contributions of the great Professor Harold Ramkissoon. Mr. President, on behalf of the government of Trinidad and Tobago, on behalf of this bench and the people of Trinidad and Tobago, I extend sincere condolences to the family of Professor Harold Ramkissoon, and I thank them for his service. I thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today to pay a tribute on behalf of the United National Congress, which I have the distinct honor and privilege to represent in the Senate. Today, we meet in solemn conclave to mourn the passing and deliver panegyric in honor of a dearly departed professor, Harold Ramkissoon, an intellectual titan and an indisputable authority in the field of mathematics, Mr. President. In fact, permit me to correct myself by saying the authority in the field of mathematics, both locally and internationally. We join with others in celebrating his life as a scholar, a teacher, a mentor, advisor, and also as a friend. Born on April 14th, 1942, Professor Harold Ramkissoon has had a long and very distinguished academic career. He was the recipient of several prestigious awards, honors, and fellowships, as well as being an outstanding and renowned member of several scientific academies. Professor Ramkissoon was the first West Indian to be given a personal chair in mathematics at the University of the West Indies. He was an invited scientist at a number of centers of excellence, including Cambridge University, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Princeton University, among others. Professor Ramkissoon was the recipient of several honors and awards, including the first CARICOM Science Award. He was also the recipient of the Zirconia Medal Gold. Mr. President, he was a Caribbean man, contributing immensely to the knowledge base of the people of the region, whether it was Jamaica, Cuba, Grenada, Guyana, Suriname, Mr. President. The late Professor Emeritus Harold Ramkissoon loomed large. He served as an independent senator from 2010 to 2013, participating in several debates. Renowned for his mathematical brilliance, Professor Ramkissoon was also a prolific author and published almost 100 academic papers. During his brief stint at the Parliament as an independent senator, Professor Ramkissoon debated several bills and motions and participated and contributed as a member to several parliamentary committees. Mr. President, he also published books and authored many academic papers. A brilliant, outstanding, extraordinary son of the soil. Professor Ramkissoon was a very simple individual, yet humble human being who lived a distinguished life, Mr. President. An individual of high ethics, morals, honesty, and integrity. Mr. President, his moral compass was extremely strong. He stood for justice, and he stood up for his students, a pillar for his family, and he was a person who did not countenance injustice. On behalf of the Opposition United National Congress and our political leader, we would like to extend our deepest sympathies and condolences to the bereaved family on the passing of this distinguished son of the soil. His wife Tara, his sons Ravi and Suresh, and of course his grandchildren. Professor Ramkissoon, Mr. President, departed this earthly life on November the 15th, 2024. Gone, but his contribution to human civilization will never be forgotten. May his great soul rest in perpetual peace and rise in eternal glory. I thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Thompson, aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Professor Emeritus Harold Ramkinson ignored Dylan Thomas's plea and went gentle into that good night on November 15, 2024. Samuel Johnson, more than 3 centuries ago, wrote, "It matters not how a man dies, but how he lives." The act of dying is not of importance. It lasts so short a time. Johnson's words are so relevant today as we celebrate a life such as Professor Ramkissoon's. His life was a life well lived. You have heard of Professor Emeritus Ramkissoon's life, his contribution to the University of the West Indies, to the Senate, to our bench as an independent senator. So we claim him as one of our very own in a special way that the other benches cannot. He served here for a mere 3 years, from 2010 to 2013, but his contribution to the Senate was immense and evidenced his love for research and dedication to duty, such as was his hallmark during his stint at UWI. Professor Ramkissoon was a professor emeritus. My faithful friend, Mr. Google, has informed me that a professor emeritus is a retired college professor who has kept this title as a way to recognize distinguished academic service, and that it is an honorary title that is given to someone who has retired from a position of distinction, but is still allowed to use his previous title. He had many roles at the University of the West Indies, locally, but his outreach extended to the Caribbean as a member of the Caribbean Academy of Science and other agencies that you've heard about in CARICOM. I am informed that he also collaborated with the Institute of Gender and Development Studies on activities on women and science. He also acted as tutor to the team, which included Abuena Ayegina, son of another recently deceased Professor Emeritus, Fonso Ayegina, and Kusha Harang Singh's daughter when they won bronze at the International Mathematics Olympiad. The university community, in their retirees chat, which I hope they do not mind my sharing with you all, has described Professor Ramkissoon as a wonderful human being, a nice person, a true gentleman, a special lecturer whose positive influence reaches down generations, a very kind and amiable person. I am sure he deserves every accolade. On behalf of the independent bench, I extend our heartfelt condolences to his family, his friends, and to my fellow citizens on the loss of yet another illustrious son of the soil. May he rest in peace. Amen.
Honorable Senators, today we reflect on the extraordinary life and legacy of a man whose contributions to academia, public service, and the scientific community have left an indelible mark not only in Trinidad and Tobago, but across the world. It is my solemn duty to pay tribute to the late Professor Harold Ramkissoon, who passed on November 15, 2024, a distinguished scholar, a dedicated public servant, and a true son of our soil. Professor Ramkissoon's life was one of remarkable achievement and selfless service. Born on April 14, 1942, he rose to become a globally respected scholar in the field of applied mathematics. His academic journey spanned continents, earning degrees and accolades from the University of the West Indies, the University of Toronto, and the University of Calgary. His groundbreaking work in fluid dynamics, particularly on micropolar and viscoelastic fluids brought him international acclaim and established him as a leader in his field. Yet, his accomplishments were not confined to academia. Professor Ramkissoon was deeply committed to public service. As an independent senator during the 10th Republican Parliament, he brought his sharp intellect and analytical mind to critical debates on issues ranging from justice reform to environmental protection and constitutional evolution. His contributions to this chamber were characterized by thoughtful insight and an unwavering commitment to evidence-based decision-making. His advocacy reflected a profound dedication to fairness, democracy, and the betterment of our nation. A scientist at heart, Professor Ramkissoon was also a man of vision and action. He championed the role of science and technology in driving national and regional development. As president of the Caribbean Academy of Science and a member of esteemed institutions such as the European Academy of Sciences and Arts, he sought to elevate the role of Caribbean scholarship on the global stage. His efforts were not just theoretical, they were transformative, impacting policy, research, and education across the region. Despite his stature, Professor Ramkissoon remained deeply rooted in Trinidad and Tobago. Whether serving on UNESCO boards or lecturing at UWI, he always carried with him a commitment to the growth of our people and our institutions. His accolades, including the Chaconia Gold Medal, the CARICOM Science Award, and the Key to the City of Havana, are a testament to the breadth and depth of his impact. Honorable Senators, Professor Ramkissoon's life reminds us of the power of intellect and the importance of using our gifts in service to others. His legacy is one of excellence, humility, and an enduring dedication to the pursuit of knowledge for the common good. As we mourn his passing, we also celebrate a life that was rich in purpose and accomplishment. Professor Ramkissoon's words, written in his scientific works and spoken in this chamber, will continue to inspire us to strive for innovation, equity, and progress. In the words of Mahatma Gandhi, live as if you were to die tomorrow. Learn as if you were to live forever. This sentiment encapsulates Professor Ramkissoon's approach to life, a relentless pursuit of learning and a commitment to leaving the world better than he found it. On behalf of my family and the Office of the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, I wish to extend sincerest condolences to the family of former Senator Professor Harold Ramkissoon during this difficult time. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Honorable Senators, we shall now have a minute of silence. May his soul rest in peace. Honorable Senators, the clerk will convey to the family of Professor Emeritus Harold Ramkissoon the sentiments expressed today.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives. The miscellaneous provisions, proceeds of crime, Anti-Terrorism Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago, Securities, Insurance, Non-Profit Organizations, Civil Asset Recovery and Management, and Unexplained Wealth and Miscellaneous Provisions, FATF Compliance Bill 2024, in the name of the Minister of Finance. 2. The Finance Bill 2024, in the name of the Minister of Finance.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 62(1)B, I beg to move that the next stage of the miscellaneous provisions proceeds of Crime Anti-Terrorism Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago, Securities, Insurance, Non-Profit Organizations, Civil Asset Recovery and Management, and Unexplained Wealth and Miscellaneous Provisions, FATF Compliance Bill 2024, be taken on Friday, November 29, 2024.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the next stage of the miscellaneous provisions proceeds of Crime, Anti-Terrorism, Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago, Securities, Insurance, Non-Profit Organizations, Civil Asset Recovery and Management, and Unexplained Wealth and Miscellaneous Provisions, FATF Compliance Bill 2024, be taken on Friday, November the 29th, 2024. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The next stage of the miscellaneous provisions proceeds of Crime, Anti-Terrorism, Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago, Securities, Insurance, Non-Profit Organizations, Civil Asset Recovery and Management, and Unexplained Wealth and Miscellaneous Provisions, FATF Compliance Bill 2024, will be taken on Friday, November the 29th, 2024. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 62(1)B, I beg to move that the next stage of the Finance Bill 2024 be taken on Friday, November 29th, 2024.
Senators, the question is that the next stage of the Finance Bill 2024 be taken on Friday, November the 29th, 2024. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The next stage of the Finance Bill 2024 will be taken on Friday, November the 29th, 2024.
Petitions, papers.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the order paper in my name. The Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Amendment to the 9th Schedule Number 2, Order 2024. I thank you.
Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the supplemental order paper in my name. The sessional report of the 4th session, 2023-2024, 12th Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper and supplemental order paper in the names of the Minister of National Security, the Minister of Housing and Urban Development, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Trade and Industry, the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, and the Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, Gender and Child Affairs. The statutory instruments as follows: the Defense Pensions, Terminal and Other Grants Amendment Regulations 2024, and the Trinidad and Tobago Housing Development Corporation Vesting Amendment to the First Schedule Order 2024. The reports of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on financial statements as follows: the Criminal Injuries Compensation Board for the financial year ended September 30th, 2011, the Statement of Recovery of Expenses of the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries for the year ended December 31st, 2023, the Sport and Culture Fund for the year ended December 31st, 2012, the Public Transport Service Corporation for the financial year ended September 30th, 2020, the Sugar Industry Labor Welfare Committee for the financial year ended September 30th, 2006, and the Environmental Management Authority Environmental Trust Fund for the financial year ended September 30th, 2023. The annual audited financial statements as follows. The Environmental Management Authority Environmental Trust Fund for the financial year ended September 30th, 2023. The Telecommunications Services of Trinidad and Tobago Limited for the year ended March 31st, 2024. The National Flour Mills Limited for the year ended December 31st, 2023. The Port of Spain Shopping Complex Limited for the financial years ended September 30th, 2020, 2021, and 2022. The Point Lisas Industrial Port Development Corporation Limited for the year ended December 31st, 2023. The National Maintenance, Training and Securities Company Limited for the year ended December 31st, 2023. And the annual administrative reports and annual reports as follows. The annual administrative report of the Trinidad and Tobago Bureau of Standards for the financial year ended September 30th, 2022. The Export-Import Bank of Trinidad and Tobago Limited for the year ended December 31st, 2022. The Arima Borough Corporation for the periods 2017 to 2018 and 2019 to 2020. The report on the operations of the National Insurance Board of Trinidad and Tobago and the audited financial statements for the period ended June 30th, 2024, and the annual reports on trafficking in persons in Trinidad and Tobago for the years 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022. The response of the Office of the Prime Minister, Gender and Child Affairs to the 7th report of the Joint Select Committee on Social Services and Public Administration on an examination of the state of the regulation and administration of public and private early childhood institutions in Trinidad and Tobago. The Salaries Review Commission reports as follows. The 113th report of the General Review of Salaries and Other Terms and Conditions of Service of Offices within the purview of the Salaries Review Commission. The 120th report of the review of the 117th report with respect to the review of salaries and other terms and conditions of service of offices within the purview of the Salaries Review Commission, and the 119th report on the determination of salary and other terms and conditions of service for the Office of Deputy Director General, Enforcement Division, Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority, Ministry of Finance.
Reports from committees.
Senator Jolene John.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have the honor to present the following reports as listed on the order paper in my name. The 18th report of the Public Accounts Committee on an examination of the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the National Agriculture Marketing and Development Corporation, NAMDEFCO, for the financial years 2014 to 2021, and follow up on the implementation of the recommendations contained in the Public Accounts Committee's 23rd report, 11th Parliament, and the 19th report of the Public Accounts Committee on the examination of the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the Agricultural Development Bank, ADB, for the financial years 2014 to 2018.
Senator Hazel Thompson, aye.
Mr. President, I have the honor to present the following report as listed on the order paper in my name. the 10th report of the Joint Select Committee on Finance and Legal Affairs on an inquiry into the efficiency and effectiveness of the Equal Opportunity Commission, 3rd session, 2022-2023, 12th Parliament.
Honourable Senators, at this time I crave your indulgence to revert to an earlier item on the order paper under announcements by the President, as I am in receipt of correspondence from Her Excellency the President, Christine Carla Kangaloo, ORTT. Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, by Her Excellency Christine Carla Kangaloo, ORTT, President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, to Dr. Tim Gopeesingh. Whereas Senator Anil Roberts is incapable of performing his duties as a senator by reason of illness, now therefore I, Christine Carla Kangaloo, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Sections 44(1)(b) and Sections 44(4)(b) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Leader of the Opposition, do hereby appoint you, Tim Gopeesingh, to be a member of the Senate temporarily with effect from the 26th of November 2024 and continuing during the absence of Senator Anil Roberts by reason of illness. Given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the office of the President St. Anne's this 26th day of November 2024. Honourable Senators, the Senator is required to take the oath.
I, Dr. Tim Gopeesingh, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by the Bhagavad Gita that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, upon which I am about to enter.
Urgent questions. Questions on notice. Questions for oral answer.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I'm pleased to indicate that the government is prepared today to respond to questions for oral response on the order paper, question number 2, question number 3, question number 20, question number 21, question number 22, question number 25, question number 26, and question number 27. We request a deferral of 2 weeks on question number 1. And with respect to written responses, the government is prepared and has already circulated the response to the written question on the order paper.
Senators, the leave requested on question number 1 has been so granted. Senator Mark.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question number 2 to the Minister of Health.
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And on behalf of the government bench, may I welcome our visitors to these shores and to this honorable chamber. Since January 2024, the Ministry of Health launched a comprehensive communication strategy aimed at educating the public on source reduction strategies to combat the breeding of the Aedes aegypti mosquito, the primary vector responsible for dengue fever. The communication strategy included the following: 16 press advertisements targeted on clean your surroundings and protect yourself from mosquito-borne diseases. 3 major public outreach events conducted at Trin City Mall, Gulf City Mall, and Long Circular Mall in May of 2024. Clinical sensitizations were conducted with medical chiefs of staff at all regional health authorities on the signs, symptoms, and treatment for dengue fever. Further communication material for pregnant women on personal protection tips to reduce harm to them and their unborn babies were shared. 33 social media campaign posts with messages: clean your surroundings, protect yourself from mosquito bites, and dengue warning signs. 20 radio and television interviews, and 4 press conferences conducted by the Ministry of Health. Vector control. Further, to effectively control and manage the potential outbreak of dengue in Trinidad, the Insect Vector Control Division, Ministry of Health, utilizes the following variables to inform its response, namely: 1, high Aedes indices zones, high Bruto index, that is a tool to detect the risk of dengue transmission, container index, and the number of reported dengue cases and number of complaints. The following are the major components of the dengue response: educating the public on the importance and effective methods of reducing sources of vector breeding. This is done during the daily house-to-house perifocal activities conducted by the IVCD staff. Larvicidin, which involves the application of a silicone-based chemical, Aquatane MF, to articles holding water in and around premises to kill mosquito larvae, thus preventing their development to adults. Adulticidin, which involves the following components: indoor residual spraying, involving the application of residual insecticide to the internal walls of premises to kill adult mosquitoes. This residual insecticide remains effective for a period of 90 days. For fiscal 2024, the number of houses sprayed residually is 83,320. Thermal fogging. This creates a hot fog and is applied in and around the premises to kill adult mosquitoes. For 2024, the number of houses sprayed with thermal fogging is 26,327. And finally, ultra-low volume space spraying, or ULV, conducted via a truck-mounted machine to kill adult mosquitoes. The average number of houses treated per cycle is approximately 500, and for fiscal 2024, the number of houses sprayed with ULV is 166,767. Further, Mr. President, in August 2024, both the Northwest Regional Health Authority and the North Central Regional Health Authority designated and implemented a dengue screening center for dengue testing. And as of October 22nd, 2024, over 2,236 persons were screened. This intervention reduced the load at the accident emergency departments to about 15 to 20 people per day. Lastly, as a source reduction strategy, the government implemented stricter measures where public health inspectors will be authorized to issue fines under the yellow fever regulations to residents who fail to maintain their properties. As of October 18, 2024, a total of 1,324 notices have been issued to property owners, directing them to clean up their surroundings. Of this, 81 property owners or occupiers have thus been identified for the consideration and institution of legal proceedings for non-compliance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in light of all those initiatives and measures taken by the government to combat the spread of dengue in Trinidad and Tobago, can the minister indicate what were the real factors leading to the deaths of some 19 citizens of this country, given all those initiatives and measures outlined to combat dengue, Mr. President?
That question, the answer to that is going to be multifactorial. As we saw with COVID also, comorbidities and other medical conditions will play a role. Also, one must recognize at the start of the year, we started to alert the population that dengue was becoming a global, worldwide problem affecting over 120 countries. I brought to the attention of the population a ParlView report which listed the Latin American region, the whole region, including the Caribbean, as one of the areas most affected by dengue fever. Also, what is happening with global warming and also changes in weather patterns. You are seeing increased domains where temperatures are rising, so the Aedes aegypti mosquito is spreading to former temperate areas that are now becoming tropical in nature. Even in the United States and Massachusetts, they had to shut down public parks because of mosquitoes. First time ever. So we are faced with a global situation, and we have been advising people that the best way to deal with dengue is source reduction at the level of the household. That is where the main action is. And it was unfortunate that 4 corporations kept pointing the media, not to the households, but to dirty drains. And I kept telling the country, dirty moss-bound drains do not breed Aedes aegypti. And we lost an entire month because 4 corporations, 1 in Grandy and 3 in South, kept taking the media to show them dirty, mossy drains that cannot breed the Aedes aegypti. So we have a lot of responsibility when it comes to controlling this particular vector. I thank you.
Mr. President, through you to the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, 19 citizens died as a result of dengue. Could you indicate to this Honorable Senate the several or the 1 or 2 teenagers, young people that perished? Can you explain to the Senate what were the main driving factors that caused these young children, 16 and 15 years, to perish in Trinidad and Tobago? Can you explain to this Parliament what were some of the factors?
So, Senator Mark, I won't allow that question on the basis that it delves into specificities as it relates to particular individuals and, their health and the unfortunate situation that occurred with them. You're allowed to ask another supplemental.
The Honourable Minister, Mr. President, talked about the whole question about comorbidity. Huh?
No, continue, Senator Mark.
No, I was being disrupted.
I know, continue.
Yeah. No, so I was asking, Mr. President, the Minister did allude to comorbidity in his response. So can I ask him out of the 19 citizens who died from dengue in 2024, what percentage constituted citizens with comorbidity, Mr. President?
Minister of Health.
Mr. President, I don't have that information here, but let me just put on the record again. It is not my intention to disclose the medical history of any of the 19 persons. I have information, but I can't. Patient confidentiality is the bedrock upon which the medical fraternity operates. It's sacrosanct. It is sacrosanct. And I urge us to be cautious when it comes to asking for people's medical records to be given to the public.
Senator Mark or Senator Gopeesingh?
Thank you, Mr. President. Honorable Minister, in light of newspaper articles showing widespread dilapidation of the Insect Vector Control Division housing, what steps are you taking to improve the provision of more vehicles and more spraying apparatus in your aim to improve further prevention?
What is the question within there? Because I heard a lot.
What steps is the minister taking to improve the provision of more vehicles and spraying apparatus at the Insect Vector Control Division to help in alleviating further spread of the dengue fever?
Of Health.
Let me correct for the record. There is no widespread dilapidation of insect vector. That is a figment of someone's imagination. During the Standing Finance Committee, I indicated that 16 new pickups were already purchased during fiscal 2024. I indicated that. I also indicated that new thermal foggers were already purchased. I indicated that. And what is happening is that our colleagues opposite keep harping on spraying. And as a doctor, you should know that spraying is not the first line of defense, because when you overspray, it affects animal health, bird health, aquatic life, it affects human health, and the mosquitoes build up resistance to the sprays. And I kept telling this country for the past 9 years, the best way to control the Aedes aegypti is through source reduction at the level of your household, your tanks, your buckets, your drains, your toilets, your bathrooms, your dishwashers, drains where mosquitoes breed. But the UNC keeps putting the focus on spraying. And that is what is misleading a lot of people when they hear different messages. One message from the government, which is science, and one message from the opposition, which is political. And we must, when it comes to public health measures, as in COVID, if we are not aligned, people will suffer. We must align when it comes to public health issues. Coming 4 years after talking about fake vaccines is not the way to address a public health matter. Saying about spraying when the member knows the number one defense is source reduction at the level of the household is the primary method to control the Aedes aegypti mosquito. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Senator Mark.
Yeah, Mr. President, question number 3 to the Honorable Minister of Education.
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, any school that is deemed unsafe occupation will not be operated by the Ministry of Education. With regards to the report referenced by Twitter, the Ministry of Education is not in possession of same and cannot comment on its accuracy. However, what the ministry can state is that while schools may be in general need of upgrade, and while the need for emergency works may arise daily at various schools, the Ministry of Education operates no school which is deemed unsafe for occupation. Once a school presents an issue, such as pest infestation or lack of structural integrity, the Ministry's Education Facilities Planning and Procurement Division works with the National Maintenance Training and Security Company Limited to repair. If the situation warrants closure or partial closure until the repairs are complete, this is done as standard practice. If total decanting of students and teachers is required, that is arranged until the structure is safely rebuilt. And in this regard, the Ministry of Education routinely liaises with the Ministry of Works and Transport, and where required, public health officials and OSHA as required for guidance in dealing with all matters of health and safety. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Mark.
Through you, Mr. President, Honorable Minister, there are schools, particularly in central Trinidad, where we have had reports of rat and other pest infestations. Pre-SAL, I would like to ask the Honorable Minister, through you, Mr. President, whether the Honorable Minister is aware of these kind of challenges faced by students, and whether the ministry is taking any relevant action to address them.
Education.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, schools all over the nation from time to time experience challenges. Some of these challenges arise based on the cleaning schedules of the schools. Sometimes lunch is left overnight and so on. These encourage pests. And so once there's an issue at a school, pigeon infestation, or you might get rodent infestation, these matters are dealt with urgency by the ministry. The member referenced Presal, that matter has been dealt with. We have baited copiously with the regional corporation's help, and there has been no further disturbances of bait placed around that school, and therefore there is no rat infestation there at this time, based on the report from the regional corporation.
Senator Mark.
Can I ask the Honorable Minister, can you inform this Honorable Senate, since school reopened in September, how many schools have remained unopened or have not been opened as a result of unsafe, unsanitary conditions as far as you're aware? Can you share with this Honorable Senate how many schools have remained shut?
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, these schools that require repair are on an ongoing basis. At the time of the opening of school, we had Mount Hope Secondary that was undergoing some repairs. That school has since been reopened for students while the repairs continue. From time to time, daily, as things happen, sometimes it may be a sewer problem, sometimes it may be a water pump problem. The school may have to close for a day or two until we repair. So it's an ongoing thing. So at the time when school was open, the schools that were closed, which was one Mount Hope, that has been reopened since then, and the works continue at the school.
Senator Francis.
Question number 20 to the Minister of Sport and Community Development.
Minister of Sport and Community Development.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Trinidad and Tobago Olympic Committee and the respective national governing bodies are responsible for overall athlete development and preparing athletes for their highest level of competition. The Trinidad and Tobago Olympic Committee launched 10 goals by 2024 to set clear performance targets for Trinidad and Tobago's high-performance systems. These targets were meant to be challenging and required new and innovative approaches in order to achieve them. The overall goal of this approach was to increase the frequency of Trinidad and Tobago's podium appearances at the Olympic Games. At the time, the TTOC identified its areas of focus as high-performance coaching and technical leadership, high-performance athlete development, and high-performance strategy. However, notwithstanding the above, the government only acts as a facilitator of these activities, and these areas fall under the remit of the respective national governing bodies. The ministry has supported sporting initiatives and athletes through our Elite Athlete Assistance Program. We've provided funding and continue to provide funding to national governing bodies, support various sporting programs across Trinidad and Tobago. While funding is only one element of support, the ministry also provides technical support and capacity building programs. For example, facilitating UCI International accredited coaching for the Cycling Federation, technical support for swimming, technical support for athletics, amongst many others. The Ministry of Sport and Community Development has specific initiatives to promote sport in communities and to build a culture of movement through programs such as I Choose Sport, Shaping Communities, the Pink Rain campaign. It must be noted that prior to the I Choose Sport program, there was no structured program for school participation in sporting activities. The I Choose Sport program has proven to be an effective platform to promote sport in schools and communities, strategic talent identification, wider participation in sport. The ministry is working closely with various national governing bodies to certify coaches by delivering world-class courses in administration and management. The ministry also developed partnerships with World Aquatics to develop infrastructure of swimming pools, Union Cyclists International to certify the National Cycling Velodrome, and the International Tennis Federation to certify the National Racket Center. We also have started upgrading facilities like Jean Pierre Complex and Hazy Crawford. In addition to partnerships to develop infrastructure, the ministry also partnered with GC Foster and the Government of Jamaica for assistance to develop and improve our national sport pathway, particularly through the promotion of sport in schools and capacity building in coaches. The I Choose Sport program also utilizes star athletes to motivate youngsters. The ministry is also partnering with the Special Olympics International to promote inclusion of persons with disabilities through sport. Sport TT also continues its work in enhancing the Elite Athlete Wellness program in the Elite Athlete Wellness Unit, including new strength conditioning facilities, which would be added in early 2025. Our current sporting policy spans the period 2017 to 2027. In this new fiscal year, we will begin a review of the national sporting policy by providing an opportunity for the various stakeholders to participate in the process.
Senator Francis.
Through you, Mr. President, how will future plans differ from those implemented over the past decade?
Minister of Sport.
Yes, thank you for that question, Senator. We must recognize that in the past we didn't have a structure for sport in schools and even sport in communities. The previous government had tried life sport, but that ended abruptly. We have had no kind of structure or programming for sport in schools, and we like to compare ourselves to Jamaica. However, Jamaica has a culture of sport in schools, sport as a part of life, as what they do, but we in Trinidad, Trinidad and Tobago, we didn't have a sport in schools program. It's important for more people to play sport and more people to be involved in a club and in a structured program if we ought to see the benefits of getting more Olympic medals and so on. We also are working in coach development. You'd hear me mention coach development a lot on capacity building. Just because you've played sport when you were young means that you are good at being a coach or good at being a manager. So the training and capacity building is important. So what we have done is include structure through partnerships with TTOC, through partnerships with the national governing body certification programs for coaches, and we have a very robust school system. It's only a couple months old, though. I Choose Sport really started in April, but prior to that, you had schools that had no sporting activities. A matter of fact, sport in schools was voluntary, and it was earlier this year that the cabinet passed a note to make sports day and sporting programs mandatory in all schools. We also didn't have financing as a part of the allocation to schools for sport in schools. So we have developed in the Sport TT, the Sporting Communities and Sport in Schools unit, and they provide technical assistance and financial assistance, holding the hands of schools, because everybody goes to school. You have to go to school at some point in your life. So if you have access to affordable sports, you won't have to worry about not having the money to send your child to go to learn sports in a club. So we are placing specific focus in grassroots sport, especially at the school level, towards greater talent identification, casting a wider net so we can identify more athletes, channel them to sporting clubs and so on, towards structured long-term athlete development and capacity development. Thank you.
Senator Francis.
Question number 21 to the Minister of Sport and Community Development.
You have a supplemental, Senator Nakid, for the Minister. Yeah.
Given that you mentioned the culture of sports, what has this government done to improve the culture surrounding sports? I don't mean in the technical side with the partnerships mentioned. I'm talking about the professional culture of sports. What has this government done to improve that?
Minister of Sport.
I think I mentioned earlier, Mr. President, for professional sport, it's about promoting support and giving support to the national governing bodies. As you know, the national governing bodies in Trinidad and Tobago and pretty much in every country are independent, autonomous bodies. They develop their coaching plan, their technical plan, they develop what they want to do towards training new athletes, training professional athletes, helping athletes meet the highest level of their performance. So our business as facilitator, our business as government is to support their plans. For instance, you have athletes such as Keyshawn Walcott. His coaches financed and supported by the Sport TT. You have, for instance, professional athletes like Nicholas Paul. You have the female cyclist from Tenille. I think she's from Point Fort in some way south, who's doing road cycling. We brought in UCI coaches to train them, and we've seen tremendous improvement in the sport of cycling. And for those who want to train abroad, we fund them, we finance them. Right now, even in the area of athletics, you have young athletes like Bascom out in Jamaica training with GC Foster and training with clubs out there, and the ministry, through Sport TT and through the other entities, finance their professional development. You spoke to, I didn't mention the elite, yes, I mentioned the elite athlete assistance program, which has been in existence for over 18 years, where we make a contribution as a government to the elite athletes who are in the top 40, which would pretty much be your professional athletes.
Senator? Yeah.
I spoke about the professional culture of sports, not culture within the professional realm. It's a difference. But given that you mentioned talent identification, and we are talking about the culture of sports which you mentioned, how many talent identifications officers do we have throughout the system, primary and secondary school, and in addition, the continuous development officers in the which we have in the second and first world countries?
So I will allow the first part, which is the talent identification officers. Yes. Minister.
He wants to know about talent identification. As I mentioned earlier, that is not a function or feature of the government. As I mentioned, each national governing body, they have their coaches, they have their programs, they have their talent identification exercises. We support. As I mentioned before, we didn't have structure, especially in schools, yes? So we developed the I Choose Sport program, where we are getting ready to sign an MOU with the government of Jamaica to train persons through GC Foster. GC Foster came to Trinidad and Tobago for 2 consecutive years, and we trained over 75 to 100 persons in the area of athletics to go out to the schools we are in. Now, I'm answering now because the answer is in a later question asked by Senator Francis, but we have 130 coaches out in the schools, secondary and primary, assisting with talent identification. But it's important to note we can't identify superb talent at a school and then say, okay, this person could go to the Olympics. You have to, the way sport is done in Trinidad and Tobago, it's primarily through clubs, so you then have to direct that child to a club. Yes, get a club that would take them. We work with the clubs, we finance the clubs based on how many persons they are going to take or going to train, and then it's based on your performance in getting to the highest level in that specific sporting discipline.
Mr. President, talent identification officers that I mentioned are what the government normally places in primary and secondary school. It has nothing to do with clubs. So my question is, since the minister mentioned that there was nothing that continues, I'd like to ask her, is she aware that in second and first world countries, we have what we call continual development officers that follow these students identified into another realm from primary and secondary school into what could be an amateur semi-pro level? How many officers do we have in that particular program?
So
continual development program.
Okay, so Minister, 1 second. Minister, 1 second. I'll allow you to answer, but just for future reference, Senator Nakid, you're asking the minister if she's aware, and then asking her how many of those officers there are. That constitutes 2 questions. Minister, if you want to wrap that up quickly, there is another question which contains all of this.
I answered. I said the I Choose Sport program is new. I answered. I said we have 30 persons in schools right now, and I said we are in 130 schools. I said that earlier, and I say that again. The program is new. We didn't have none before. We didn't have any before. So GC Foster came in 2 years and trained over 75 persons, and we got some more outside of the GC Foster programs, persons who would have trained and studied at UTT or studied abroad, who are with the program. Yes, but we are in over 130 schools. It's either 137 or 139. I'm not sure of the specific number, but I know certainly it's over 130 schools across Trinidad. Not Tobago, because Tobago has its own programs. As a matter of fact, GC Foster moved into Tobago earlier than Trinidad, so you would recognize for national athletic championships and different sporting disciplines, Tobago continues to top, being the champions, and that's because they had that Sport in Schools program a little earlier through GC Foster coming in and helping them. So Trinidad has only just started that. We did a test run last year, and we did a second cycle this year. GC Foster has offered us 4 scholarships each year to send the persons over to study, and in the meantime we developed that and signed the MOU. We have been working on an MOU with the government of Jamaica. They have been coming to Trinidad in the July-August period to assist us in training persons for our school system. Let's say, for instance, football or athletics, they already have their talent coaches and persons to identify. So all we are doing, like we have been doing in those specific disciplines, is providing the funding. When they bring in somebody technical, we provide the funding to support them. Yes? So the government may say, Anil Roberts is good for swimming, whilst Assad may say somebody else, Dylan Carter, is a better coach. We as government can't tell them who to choose as their coach or as their talent identification officer. You have to trust that independent and autonomous sporting discipline, that they know who's best for the athlete, and we support as government technically and financially. As I said before, the school program is new. We didn't have that going on for many years, decades. And it is something that is new, that only started in April. I hope that answers your question as much as you'd like. Yes? Thank you.
Senator Francis.
Question number 21. Yeah.
Because some of it is already in the previous answers, but I'll read. Reply to question 21. The Elite Athlete Assistance Program was introduced by the PNM government in 2006 and has supported over 120 athletes over the years. It's important to add, Mr. President, that when this was started in 2006, it was intended to end in 2014, but however, it is still alive and well today because we continue to extend and expand the program. It must be noted that apart from the Elite Athlete Assistance Program, athletes can access support through a range of funding from other state sources, namely the Office of the Prime Minister's Sport and Culture Fund and the National Lotteries Control Board. In addition, athletes who are not ranked in the top 40 may also access support via individual funding requests through our regular grant program in the ministry. This is further complemented by the ministry's direct support to national governing bodies each year and to the Trinidad and Tobago Olympic Committee to support its endeavors. I'm advised that comparably, Trinidad and Tobago provides the most funding to athletes across the Caribbean at all stages of their development. Notably, the government of Jamaica I have been advised that for the Paris 2024 Olympics, the Minister of Culture, Gender and Entertainment and Sport in Jamaica announced that each athlete who qualified for the Olympics will receive the equivalent of 15,300 Trinidad and Tobago dollars to assist with preparations for the Games. The current categories or criteria for assistance to support athletes via the Elite Athlete Program in Trinidad and Tobago are as follows. Athletes ranked in the world top 10 positions qualify for 250,000 TT dollars. Athletes ranked in the world top 11 to 40 positions, $187,500. Athletes who medal in the specific games and championship may benefit on a case-by-case basis, $75,000. Mr. President, that's to tell you the athletes at the lowest level in Trinidad and Tobago qualify for 5 times what the athletes in Jamaica who qualify to go to the Olympics get. So, Mr. President, in addition to the Elite Athlete Program, the Sports Company of Trinidad and Tobago has the Elite Athlete Welfare Unit. It supports the development of high-performance partnership, education, service provision in the national sporting ecosystems, key funding assessment and mechanisms. The mechanisms that have been put in place to assess whether the current funding allocations to the Elite Athlete Assistance Program effectively meet the needs of the athletes preparing for major international competitions include performance metrics, well-being assessments, feedback systems, and budget reviews and benchmarking. The ministry engages in ongoing reviews of the effectiveness of the Elite Athlete Program. It's important to note that in addition, individual athletes, including those who are not elite athletes or athletes who are not in the top 40, also can apply for grants. The national governing bodies also receive funding and can apply on behalf of athletes. And if the national governing bodies did not apply, the athlete himself or herself can apply. And if they're too young, their parents can apply for them too. So, since our funding programs are available and accessible to all athletes at all levels, there are no plans to expand at this time unless the program is to consider non-nationals. And at this time, that is not the intention of the government. Thank you.
Senator Francis.
Question number 22.
Question 22.
Hold on. So, I think there's a supplemental from Senator Nakid on question 21, correct? Senator Nakid.
Mr. President, since the Honorable Minister stated that the performance metrics were being put in place by the sports company. That's what I heard. Then the question is simple. Given our abysmal performances in the last 2 Olympics, when will everyone from that sports company be fired?
So I won't allow that question, Senator Nakid. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to allow the question. Have a seat. Have a seat, Minister. Do you have another supplemental?
Yes. Given our abysmal performances under this government, the national community would like to know, other than performance metrics, for the elite assistant program that the minister spoke so glowingly about, what are we doing to ensure that we have more elite athletes coming into the system so that we possibly have better results in the Olympics?
I mentioned earlier, as I said, Mr. President, all these questions interlap, and he wants to know, how do we get new athletes all over the world? In order to get new athletes, you have to get more people playing, more people moving. And the best place to get that is through your school system. In Trinidad and Tobago, we operate on a club system. So parents that have money to send their children to club would send their children to club. Those who don't, we depend on the school system for them to access training and so on. And even at community activities are good places to identify. For instance, you have TT Pro League and those types of leagues through the TTFA, but it's a good place to also identify people in the community that can play good football. So at the end of the day, I think the I Choose Sport program is a game changer because it's a structured program for sport in schools. We do have some community events. We have worked with athletes like MHIL Sidenio and other athletes, Dylan Carter through April Pools program, but this overlaps a future question. At the end of the day, as I said, talent, the development of our athletes through the club system, through their national governing bodies, and as much as we would want to rest it on the government, at the end of the day, we as the government are the facilitators, and it's our business to provide the support to the national governing body. Even if I know somebody who was running faster than Usain Bolt, the government can't take up that person and send them to the Olympics, Mr. President. They have to go through the system of the national governing body, which is the N3As of Trinidad and Tobago, in order to get to wherever. So you can fire 100 persons from Sporty Team, Mr. President, unless that person came through the N3As, which is supported by the government or the national governing body for the specific sporting discipline, they're not going. And performance metrics, we don't make the time. It is the athletes who go out there and make the time. So Sporty T doesn't determine the performance metrics. It's the specific sporting discipline and their parent body, which is World Athletics. So at the end of the day, government has facilitated, makes good politics, to speak the way my friend is speaking, but Mr. Deputy Speaker, facts are stubborn things and they don't lie. Thank you.
Since the minister admits that the schools are the most important conduit for athletes to reach to that level, then why was government funding cut for sporting programs within schools?
Minister of Sport.
That is not so. Funding for sport in schools was not cut. You see the things that they just make up, come up on the top of their head. Where did he get that from? Where did he get that from, Mr. President? That is a total untrue, Mr. President. For the first time last year, we spent $15 million on our sport in schools program. And a matter of fact, Mr. President, sport in schools in Trinidad and Tobago is under the Ministry of Education. The Ministry of Sport provides support. So now the people in schools have options. You can go through the Sport in Schools unit in the Ministry of Education, or you can get that technical and financial support from Sport ET, and you can also come to the Ministry of Sport directly. So for the first time, not even under their watch at the UNC was there a Sport in Schools program or a place for people to turn for technical support or financial support. It's the first time we're doing it. Check back 10 years, 20 years. When we were in school, Mr. President, all teachers volunteered. Yes, they volunteered. So you had primary school sports, secondary school sports right in your school and so on. Now that doesn't happen if the teacher doesn't want to volunteer. So we have developed a system to provide coaches and administrators to the schools and to even hold the hands of the schools that are now jumping into the sporting arena for the first time to provide that financial and technical assistance. And that did not exist under their watch. That did not exist a decade ago. So in schools where the parents could afford to support their sporting programs, those schools were doing well. And there were schools around Trinidad and Tobago that were totally left out because they had no budget and it was voluntary for the school to participate in sport. Now you have a Sport in Schools unit at Sport ET for the first time since April, providing that type of support. Thank you.
Honourable Senators, the time for questions for oral answer has come to an end. Also, pursuant to Standing Order 2712, the questions which remained unanswered at the expiration of question time are postponed to the next sitting of the Senate.
Public business, private members' business, motions.
Senator Wade Mark.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 39-2, I beg to move the following motion, standing in my name. Whereas the Central Bank's CLICO Resolution Plan 2015 identified the sale of the Colonial Life Insurance Company's CLICO shareholding in Methanol Holdings International Limited, MHIL, as a means of settling the company's outstanding debt to the state, which totals approximately $1.1 billion as of December 2023. And whereas MHIL was jointly owned by CLICO and Consolidated Energy Limited, CEL, whereby CEL held the right of first refusal to purchase the MHIL shares pursuant to the shareholders' agreement, and whereas CEL initially refused offers by CLICO to purchase said shares in 2017, 2018, and 2022, and the shares were subsequently sold to CEL in the last quarter of 2023 at approximately US $337 million, be it resolved that the Senate call on the government to table within 14 days all documents relevant to the agreement between CLICO and CEL for the sale of the MHIL shares, including but not limited to any acquisition, agreements, valuations, and legal opinions, and be it further resolved that the Senate call on the government to commission an independent forensic audit into said sale agreement should these documents not be provided within the above stated period. Now, Mr. President, this motion has been filed, approved, and is being debated today to ensure that there is transparency, accountability, fairness, and maximum governance in the sale, disposal of public assets, and in this instance, to private interests. CLICO, as we all know, is 49% owned by the state, by the people, and any disposal of any of its assets formerly under the supervision of the central bank, which, by the way, exited on the 1st of December 2022 before CLICO could have satisfied its outstanding liability to the people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, amounting to close to $1 billion. So we are conscious that there is a process whenever, Mr. President, you are going to dispose of any asset of any company under the supervision of the central bank under Section 44D. Mr. President, the Central Bank Act states very clearly that before you dispose of any asset belonging to CLICO, which was at that time under the supervision of the central bank, must have an independent valuation conducted. May I repeat? Any asset under the supervision of CLICO, of the central bank rather, CLICO assets. Let me repeat. Assets belonging to CLICO, Mr. President, under the supervision of the central bank, before that asset is disposed of, the law, the Central Bank Act, Section 44D, 6, Roman 6, makes it very clear that it must be disposed of, but subject to an independent valuation. Mr. President, we know that Methanol Holdings Limited shares were disposed of, and I will go into that a little later on. But the key point I wish to bring to your attention again is that it must be done orderly and it must be subject to an independent valuation. I have the Central Bank Act with me. I can quote the section, but I can let my colleagues know, go to section 44D, Roman 6, and you will see the independent valuation required. Mr. President, since the mysterious and inexplicable sale of CLICOs, and when I say CLICO, let me make it very clear. CLICO, at the material time, was owned, Trinidad and Tobago, the people of this country, own 49% of CLICO. 49%. And CL Financial, 51% through the joint liquidators. So 51 plus 49 will give you 100%. So CLICO, back in 2004, established an investment holding company known as MHIL, controlling 56.53% of the shares, and the remaining 43% and whatever addition in percentage to make up that 100% was owned by Consolidated Energy Limited. Now, Consolidated Energy Limited is owned by the Proman Group. The Proman Group is a company based in Switzerland. Its headquarters, and it has a lot of plants in the methanol business at Point Lisas. So, Mr. President, I don't know if you're aware, but many of us were probably relaxing and enjoying Christmas in 2023. And we were all shocked to learn on the 27th, one day after Boxing Day, there was a headline in the newspapers that we had disposed, the government of TNT, through its ownership of 49%, CLICO, had disposed of not 36.53% that they were initially going to dispose of, but they disposed of 56.53%. It's like Espinay in Petrotrin. When they asked him how many workers going home, he said, all. And what did the PNM do? The PNM disposed of all. 56, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, 0.53%. No, Mr. President, under the law that was passed in this Parliament, the Insurance Act of 2018, the government brought legislation to compel insurance companies like CLICO not to own and control more than 20% in any company outside of the insurance and financial sector. So you're in methanol, Mr. Vice President, you are 56.53%. You must bring down that to 20%. And therefore you have to dispose of the difference, which was 36.53%. So that was the first leg of the relay race. the government went through their CLICO management, Mr. President, to do what? Dispose of it. But you know what? Since that decision was taken, we have been experiencing difficulties in understanding the rationale for it, the techniques that were used in evaluating this disposal, who did it, when they did it, how they did it. But we are getting names, and I will share those names with you. And we get the names from two persons, the Prime Minister and the Junior Minister, or the Minister in the Ministry of Finance, I should say, who came to this Parliament and told us who was conducting the evaluation to dispose of the shares. But there are so many discrepancies, so many inconsistencies, so many contradictions, so many omissions and gaps that the people are gasping to get an understanding, Mr. Vice President, as to how this thing was conducted. How was this thing conducted? Now, under the shareholders' agreement, Mr. President, there are two players in MHIL. CLICO, 56.53%, and the second one is CEL, Consolidated Energy Limited. So the shareholder agreement says that if CLICO wishes to dispose of its shares in accordance with the law, 36%, you must go to CEL and offer them. First refusal must be them. So they went, Mr. Vice President, to CEL in 2017. They offered. CEL said too high. The price too high. They can't pay. They went in 2018. We don't know what happened. They withdrew. The offer was withdrew. We don't know what caused that. But come 2022, they were again offered. They say it's too high. We can't buy. So on 3 occasions, this group called the CEL, this company called the CEL, refused. In comes Corporation Seoul, the Minister of Finance. After 1 month, according to the shareholders' agreement, when you refuse, it is now open. So CLICO tell the government it's now open. CEL has refused. So what happens, Mr. Vice President? You know what happens? Corporation Seoul enters and say, we will now buy 36.53% that them fellas refused. We were told by the then executive chairman, and we were told by the minister in the Ministry of Finance, right here, I have it here on record, everything was signed up. Shareholders agreement, they have. Valuation agreement, they have. Valuation report, they have. Sale and purchase agreement, the only thing that was missing was the updating of the share register, so that title could be passed. You know what happened?
Months pass. I ask questions. What's going on? You can't give me no answer. I can't get a proper answer, Mr. Vice President. If we are now owners, and the only thing that is out, and we have, remember, we are the majority owners, 56.53%. Corporate secretary fall under our control. But you know what, Mr. Vice President? We can't update the register, shareholders register, so title could pass over. To who? Corporation sold 19%, and NIF, National Investment Fund, 17%. When you add up that, 36%. So government, through corporation sold, and Mr. Vice President, NIF was supposed to get the 36.53% shares. And then time just elapsed. We don't know if it's bacchanal. We don't know if it's legal action. We don't know if it's threats. But the transaction stalled. But while the transaction stalled, we saw some footworks taking place. And this is why we have questions for the Prime Minister and his Energy Minister. I have evidence of a meeting in April 2022 at the Diplomatic Center. I have it on video where Mr. David Cassidy, CEO and President of the Proman Group, had an audience with the Prime Minister and the Minister of Energy. I demand today the minutes of those meetings. What did you discuss? What did you discuss? Was it secret? But you deal with a public asset. It can't be secret. What did you discuss? Where are the minutes? Where are the public servants to take notes, to make it available to us? Nothing. The next thing we know, Mr. Vice President, in September of 2022, the Prime Minister and his Energy Minister gone to a place called Zurich in Switzerland. They gone to the headquarters of the Proman Group. I have pictures of them sitting down in the boardroom of the headquarters of Proman. I look for public servants, I look for public officers who taking notes of these proceedings. None. I demand that the government produce the minutes of those meetings that they held in Zurich with David Cassidy and his group. That is what we want. That is why I said from the start, we want transparency, we want accountability, and we want maximum governance. Something strange happened. Something strange happened, and we need to find out what caused it. Look, I have before me the MHIL carrying value. Since the PNM came onto the compound of power, and they changed the players and the actors and actresses involved in the supervision of this CLICO company, there was a lady called Wendy Ho-Sing, who was appointed by the then governor of the central bank, who they fired on Christmas Day. And she was the person who was responsible. She was the chairman in charge was when the whole thing was there, Mr. Vice President. Not on one occasion did you get a qualified opinion from the auditors. You understand what I'm saying? Not once did you get a qualified opinion from the auditors. But come 2018, a new player enters the drama, the story, the play. A lady called Claire Gomez Miller. She enters this Shakespearean play. And from the time that lady entered, in 2018, you had KPMG, Mr. Vice President, with qualified report, qualified opinion, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. Why these qualified opinions? You know what we were told in the audited financial accounts and reports, Mr. Vice President? We were told in black and white, the minister, the junior minister, the minister in the Ministry of Finance came here and told us that. We have it in the 2022 report. We have it in the 2018 report. I don't want to burden you. Go on the website, www.clico.com. Pull it down, and you'll see the qualification. What was the qualification, Mr. Vice President? Your auditor wants to know, Mr. Vice President, why the value of this company is going down and up and all over the place. So, for example, the carrying value of this company called MHIL in 2016 was 2.4 billion. I'm rounding it off. In 2017, it was 2.36 billion. In 2018, it was 2.58 billion. That's the 56.53%. In 2020, it was, watch out, 2018, Claire Gomez comes, 2.58. 2019, 2.58. 2020, 2.58. 2021, 2.258. It gone down by $323 million the same year that they did their internal valuation to sell the shares, 56.53% of the shares. To who? CEL. To who? Proman. It gone from 2.58 billion or 2.6 billion to 2.25. A difference of $323 million. So the question is being asked, why is this asset being undervalued? Why is it being undervalued? The question is being asked. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, we are told that the auditors, KPMG, and by the way, I have to compliment KPMG for standing up in defense of CLICO, the shareholders, and the taxpayers of TNT. And for their standing up and putting qualified opinion, disclaimer, they fired them. They were removed in July. I know who they brought on the compound? Ernst & Young. Ernst & Young and all the new auditors for KPMG, for CLICO. They fired them. All KPMG was asking, listen, you want me to agree to a new valuation price for the 56.53% of the CLICO shares in MHIL. You are telling me the price is now 2.25 billion, when just a year ago it was 2.58 billion, and you cannot disclose to me the techniques, the valuation techniques, the unobservable inputs that were used in arriving at this particular figure. So the KPMG said they cannot give you a clear report, a clean report. They can't endorse you. So, Mr. Vice President, it was qualified report, disclaimer, one after the next. So, what is the excuse? Why they cannot give or make access to the auditors who you hired to report sincerely and properly to the shareholders? You know what we discovered, Mr. Vice President? We were told in those reports from 2018 to 2022 that an order from the court, the High Court, prevented the management from disclosing these techniques to determine why the price dropped by 323 million. I looked, I searched, I can't find the court order. They say go to the Court of Appeal. I looked, I searched, I can't get it. But you know what? When they sold it in 2023 rather, valuation in 2022, court order disappeared from the books. Court of Appeal disappeared. I called on the Minister of Finance to produce in this Parliament, table today, right away, those court orders. Or were those court orders a ruse? I don't know, I'm asking. So we want the government to provide us with detailed information on these matters, because something is cooking. Something is amiss. And we want to know, Mr. President, why. And Mr. President, may I say, we are in a foreign exchange crisis today, not because of people's taste. That's nonsense. It is because of incompetence, mismanagement, inability to diversify the economy and get new streams of income and revenues for our nation. That is the reason why we are in a foreign exchange crisis. But you know what is even more alarming, Mr. Vice President? The plant is located not in Trinidad. The Methanol Holdings International Limited is an investment holding company incorporated in St. Kitts, Nevis. It's an offshore company. But you know where the plant is? Where they produce methanol? It is in the Oman. It is in Oman, Middle Eastern country. They have a contract. CLICO. 40% shares, I understand, or thereabouts, in that plant. Mr. Vice President, CLICO, they have a contract with a German company for every ton of methanol they produce in that plant, called the Oman Methanol Company. Go straight to that German plant, and that's for 30 years. And that plant was established in 2004. So for 30 years, you have straight as you produce, it goes. And what you earn? Foreign exchange, US dollars.
What did they do?
US dollars, Mr. Vice President.
Pipe it off.
And they have a natural gas natural gas supply contract for 25 uninterrupted years with the government of Oman. Them fellas were getting, this government was getting foreign exchange for 25 years and 30 years respectively. You know what they did? They sell out. They sell out our shares. They sell out the country. That's what they did, Mr. President. So this situation is a very serious one. We want to know,
Senator
Mr. Vice President.
Senator Mark. Senator Lyder, just temper your volume and allow the good senator to contribute, please.
Vice President, what are we saying today? We are saying we want answers. We want answers. Why did the government of Trinidad and Tobago suppress, undervalued the shares of CLICO in Methanol Holdings International Limited? Why? What's the reason? What is the reason? I don't want to come to any kind of wild conclusion. That's why I'm calling for an independent forensic criminal investigation into this transaction. And that's why we are calling on them, the government, to produce the following documents within 14 days, if they have nothing to hide. 1, shareholders agreement. 2, valuation agreement. 3, valuation report. 4, sale and purchase agreement. And produce the court orders. Mr. President, we were told by the Ministry of Finance that the valuation that is compelled under Section 44D, Roman 6, was conducted by a reputable company called Charles River Associates International. That is what we were told. The minister, it is on record here, I have it in black and white. I know who consolidated that position. The distinguished and honorable Prime Minister. He came here in the House of Representatives, it is on record here, I have it here, in January of this year. And he said, Mr. Vice President, the plant, the asset was valued, or the valuation exercise was conducted by this reputable company called Charles River Associates International, CRA International. Listen, I have a report which the governor of the central bank is compelled under law to submit to this parliament every quarter. He has been doing that since 2009, 2010. When they were doing the valuation before they disposed of MHIL, there was a valuer called Duff and Phelps, and they valued the company at 2.5 billion TT. Mr. Vice President, that appeared over and over in every quarterly report. You know the central bank, who the Prime Minister told us, and who the Minister in the Ministry of Finance told us, supervised, accepted, and approved the valuation report from Charles Rivers and Associates. Alvin Hillier, Governor of the Central Bank, in June of 2022, approved, accepted the valuation report. You know, in the quarterly reports that came to this parliament, up to the time they exited on the 1st of December, and have the last one in December 31st, no mention is made of Charles River Associates International. Why did the governor not put in his report that the valuation under law was conducted, as the Prime Minister stated, as the junior minister stated, or the Minister in the Ministry of Finance stated, Mr. Vice President, by Charles River Associates International? What do you have to hide, Mr. Governor? Why it is not in the report? But you know what is in the CLICO 2022 report? You know what is in that report, Mr. Vice President? On page 71, I have it here, on page 71 of this report. You know, Mr. President, something is not reading right, and we need to get answers. We are told on page 71 of this report that evaluation was conducted. But here the language on page 71, it states in 2022, this is a CLICO report. Let me tell you what it is. It is the Colonial Life Insurance Company, Trinidad and Tobago, 31st of December, 2022 report. Here what this says. In 2022, the company determined the fair value of its share holding. Which company? Which company? Was it Charles River Associates International or was it CLICO? This was an in-house valuation which is contrary to the law. The central bank law says that you must have an independent valuation. And if it is not in the quarterly report of the central bank which comes to this parliament, either the governor is hiding, misleading,
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
and is in contempt. So, Mr. Vice President, we are saying, and I want to just bring one more matter to your attention. I have a prospectus here, CEL, F82, F83. They're going for, they're raising money on the Luxembourg Stock Exchange for CEL. And they're talking the truth. Because they can't lie. You know what they valued? Their 43% shares. And what they value the company at the end of 2020? 614 million US. When you take 56.53%, that is equivalent to $347 million. Their difference is 267. So in 2020, remember they sold the company for 337 million, and they get 10 million in dividends, which is CLICO's dividends. There is no sale arrangement. Mr. President, the question has to be asked. There was a war when Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022, 2021, February. And methanol prices went from 400 US per ton to close to 1,400. So the value of the shares and the profits of the company didn't go up. You know what they told us? In 2022, 2021, 2.58 billion. In 2022, it gone down to 2.25.
That don't make sense.
No, Mr. President, something is wrong. That is why we have called on this government to produce all the legal opinions, all the documents. We want all the documents. We want to make sure this thing is above board. And the only way we could do that, Mr. Vice President, is to ensure that there is transparency and there is accountability. The government did not have to sell our 56.53% shares. The Insurance Act gave the governor of the central bank flexibility to extend the time. We could have been getting foreign exchange from that 56.53%. Right now we're getting zero. And who is the hero? CEL. Who is the hero? Proman. So we sell out to foreigners. This is the legacy of this corrupt PNM. We sell out to foreigners, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, we have much more to say on this, and I want to give the country the assurance. When the PNM is removed legally and electorally in the next general election, if they do not give us the answers to this transaction, we will find the answers in the government. Mr. Vice President, we call on this government to table all the documents surrounding this transaction. All. And we want it within 14 days. And we are also telling this government, if they fail to produce it, we are calling on the Senate to approve this resolution to have an independent forensic investigation into this entire transaction so we can know whether we, the shareholders, we, the taxpayers, we, the owners of that 49% of CLICO and the 56.53% shares, whether we lost out. And the question is, who is responsible, Mr. Vice President, for undervaluing these shares that the auditors said the difference in the adjustment was what? $323 million. Mr. Vice President, and we are taking into account methanol prices going up 3 times. So the difference could be $1 billion if a proper assessment is done. So, Mr. Vice President, look, we have brought this thing here today: accountability, transparency, good governance. And we will not allow this PNM government to hoodwink the population. We are the watchdogs of the people. We are looking after the interests of the people, Mr. Vice President. And that is why we have called on the government and so on, Mr. Vice President, to table all those documents, legal opinions included, Mr. Vice President. And failing to do that, Mr. Vice President, we call on the government.
Senator Mark.
I beg to move.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I beg to second the motion and reserve my right to speak at a later stage.
The motion has been seconded by Senator Jolene John. Honorable Senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is, whereas the Central Bank CLICO Resolution Plan 2015 identified the sale of the Colonial Life Company CLICO shareholding in Methanol Holdings International Limited, MHIL, as a means of settling the company's outstanding debt to the state, which totals approximately $1.1 billion as at December 2023. And whereas MHIL was jointly owned by CLICO and Consolidated Energy Limited, CEL, whereby CEL had the right of first refusal to purchase the MHIL shares pursuant to the shareholders' agreement, and whereas CEL initially refused offers by CLICO to purchase said shares in 2017, 2018, and 2022, and the shares were subsequently sold to CEL in the last quarter of 2023 at approximately $337 million. Be it resolved that the Senate call on the government to table within 14 days all documents relevant to the agreement between CLICO and CEL for the sale of the MHIL shares, including, but not limited to, any acquisition agreements, valuations, and legal opinions. And be it further resolved that the Senate call on the government to commission an independent forensic audit into the sale agreement should these documents not be provided within the above stated period. Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. One of these days, Senator Mark will get myocardial infarction. Is that the correct term? myocardial infarction, also known as a heart attack, and dropped down, screaming and screaming and screaming. Mr. Vice President, they start already.
Members, just minimize the crosstalk so the good minister could make his response.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I really will find it difficult to be constantly interrupted by this Senator Nakid. I'm asking you to restrain him.
Members, you just be reminded of the standing orders that allows for silence when a member is on his legs, his or her legs. We ask that we follow the standing orders. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. When I listened to Senator Mark screaming at the top of his voice, it reminded me of what is known in the vernacular as a one-trick pony. And this is what I have had to face from Senator Mark for the last 20-odd years. Shouting, screaming, false statements, inaccuracies, colossal untruths, irrelevancies. One never knows when one comes to deal with a matter raised by Senator Mark what he's going to talk about. I mean, when one looks at the motion here, it spoke to the identification by the central bank in 2015 of the sale of CLICO shareholding in Methanol Holding International Limited. It went on to complain that the shares were eventually sold in 2023. And somewhere in the middle of there, Senator Mark found the time to make the most offensive accusations with respect to the governor of the central bank, who has nothing to do with this. The fact of the matter is, contrary to the untruths put into the Senate by Senator Mark, the MHIL shares were not disposed of when CLICO was under the control of the central bank. They were not. It's a colossal untruth repeated by Senator Mark ad nauseum for the last 40 minutes. I repeat, the shares in Methanol Holdings International Limited were not disposed of when CLICO was under the control of the central bank. And therefore, all that rah-rah and carrying on about Section 44D in the Insurance Act is just a tissue of untruths, wholly irrelevant, designed to mislead people, designed to incite the population with his, I'm sorry I can't use the proper word for untruths. That's all he could do. That's all he could do. Tell untruths. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Vice President, that the central bank relinquished control of CLICO on December the 1st, 2022, 1 year before the shares in Methanol Holdings International Limited were sold. This senator has no respect for the truth, none whatsoever. All of this nonsense about the requirements of the court, and it was an illegal act of the governor to dispose of the shares. Fantasy, that's what it is, pure fantasy. So I wouldn't even bother to talk about that anymore. Just nonsense. And then if Senator Mark bothered to do research, but he probably does, but he's a stranger to the truth, so if truth hits him in the face, he wouldn't know. But if one looks at methanol spot prices from January 2020 to July 2024, one will see that the spot price of methanol in January 2020 was about $280 a metric ton. It rose to $500 a metric ton in October of 2021, more or less. It dropped down to less than $300 a metric ton in July of 2023. In fact, close to $200 a metric ton. And the shares were disposed of in December 2023, when the price of methanol was somewhere in the vicinity of $300 a metric ton. So what is this foolishness about the price was $1,200 a metric ton? Where did that come from? Senator Mark has a habit. In the other place, when Senator Mark was the presiding officer, I had to face the disgrace of Senator Mark bringing something to the Parliament to block a debate on insider trading by the former Minister of Finance, claiming there was a court order when that was totally untrue. It was a fake. That is Senator Mark. That is Senator Mark I know. A fake court order.
Senator Mark. That level of crosstalk and pointed finger should not occur again. Minister?
Come outside and say that, no? Coward. So, Mr. Vice President, yeah, you would never say that either. Anyway, you have no assets. You have no assets. So Mr. Vice President, Senator Mark is famous for misleading the people of this country. So let us deal with the matter at hand. Let's deal with the matter at hand. What are the facts? There have been a number of valuations of these shares in methanol holdings. And I wish to point out that the proposal to dispose of the shares of Methanol Holdings International was a UNC plan, which was done in mid-2015. The PNM administration did not get in. Mr. Vice President, why are they shouting at me? I ask you to restrain them.
Members,
I am taking my time.
It has been a light reminder, and I'm following it back up with 51E, if you want to reference the standing order. If we continue at this pace, we will have to ask members to remove themselves temporarily from the chamber. Mr. Minister.
Very much. The plan to sell the shares in Methanol Holdings International Limited was a plan designed and implemented by the UNC government in 2015. It's not a PNM plan. And, Mr. Vice President, there were many efforts over the years to dispose of those shares because the government, successive governments, spent a lot of money bailing out CL Financial. It's a misnomer outside of there that it was the CLICO bailout. It was, in fact, the bailout of CL Financial, which owned Colonial Life. And successive governments spent a lot of money bailing out the CL Financial Group, which had a number of entities associated with it. And for reference and for information, because there's a lot of misinformation outside there in the public domain, a lot of misinformation. The bailout of all of the companies associated with the CL Financial Group, which led to this situation where the then UNC government agreed to the disposal of the shares of MHIL as partial repayment for the money owed by CL Financial and by CLICO to the government. The many entities involved included British American, CLICO Investment Bank, and several other Caribbean money market brokers, and several other companies which successive governments had to bail out. I have made the point, and it is necessary to make it here, that even though Colonial Life Insurance Company in 2024 completed the repayment to the government of the approximately $18 billion that was pumped into Colonial Life, there was still another $12 to $13 billion owed by the CL Financial Group. And I think it's necessary to make these points, because I've heard in the public domain and I've seen uninformed people, or maybe they are informed and they're just deceitful, claiming that Colonial Life CLICO has repaid all of its debts to the government, and therefore they don't owe the government any more money. I've seen that nonsense in the public domain by interested parties, by persons who claim to be shareholders of CL Financial, who know very well that they still owe us another $12 billion. But as part of the process to get back that $18 billion, it was agreed that these shares would be sold. There were many attempts over the years. And the shareholders' agreement between Colonial Life and the other company required the shares to be first offered to the other shareholder before they could be offered to anybody else. That's the process. So you have to do a valuation, and then you offer the other shareholder the shares at the valuation price. There's a period of time that they have to agree or disagree, as the case may be. And then you could offer the shares to somebody else. But they were so clever, all of them. They were so clever that in that shareholders' agreement, they put a caveat that when you offer the shares to the other shareholder, and they say no, you can't sell the shares to a competitor. Now, who other than somebody engaged in the methanol business would want to acquire $2.5 billion in shares in a methanol company? Clever boys on that side, they're clever. So they put into the shareholders' agreement, offer it to the other side, and if they don't agree, you can sell it, but you can't sell it to a competitor. So this went on for years. It started off in 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, offering the shares to the other party, and the other party says no, and then you can't sell the shares. It was just a joke, okay? It was a joke. It was an asset that could not be disposed of. And the hard part about it all, the entity was under the control of the other side. They controlled the company. So the Colonial Life was in a situation where they had no effective control over the operations in that methanol plant in Oman. So you're there as a passive shareholder, and on certain occasions they got no dividends. These are the truths that Senator Mark does not want the public to know. So Colonial Life had a shareholding in this entity, was not in control of the entity, and when the controlling entity decided no dividends were paid. And this is the kind of thing that we faced coming into government. So we had to keep going to seek to sell the shares. I think there were 3 attempts, and there were several valuations, and I have all of the historical values here, and these are truthful, they're not fake, such as what Senator Mark has called out. So there was a valuation done in 2008, just before CLICO was taken over, by PricewaterhouseCoopers. And as of January 2009, PricewaterhouseCoopers valued the shares, the low point of the shares, because when you're doing a valuation, you have to make assumptions. So you're making assumptions going forward. You have to assume what prices will be going forward. You don't have a crystal ball, so you have to use historical trends, you have to use your knowledge, and then you have to make assumptions going forward. So all valuers, when they're valuing going concerns, this is not a piece of real estate. This is a company, an entity that is in production, so that you have a low point in the low valuation, you have a midpoint in the valuation, you have a high point in the valuation. So in 2009, January 2009, the low valuation done by PwC was $105 million US. The midpoint was $110 million US, and the high point was $114 million. The value on CLICO's books at the time, $109 million, very close to the mid valuation of 110 million US dollars in December 2008, January 2009. Then in 2013, a valuation was done by Duff and Phelps. The low valuation, 325 million. The mid valuation, 354 million. The high valuation, 387 million. The mid valuation, the company valued it at the mid valuation, 354 million US dollars. And then Charles Rivers Associates, in June of 2022, valued the shares. The low valuation, 292 million. The mid valuation, 337 million. The high valuation, 376 million, with a value in CLICO's books of 337 million US dollars. And during that period, Mr. Vice President, I have pointed out to you how the price of methanol fluctuated. It has fluctuated from $200 a ton, $300, $400 a ton, $500 a ton, and so on and so on. The value of the company put by the valuers is obviously based on a forecast of what the market will be. The current price of methanol, somewhere around $350 per ton. It only reached 500 once in December of 2021. And therefore, you cannot use those figures. Only somebody who has absolutely no expertise in the field of valuation would use an outlier in 1 month in 2021 of $500 a ton. So that the valuer that had been chosen, Charles Rivers Associates, I noticed Senator Mark didn't dare to accuse them of being corrupt and stupid and ignorant and foolish and in bed with the PNM and all them kind of thing that he's normally like to do. I wonder why. Why he didn't say that? So Charles Rivers Associates, one of the most experienced and knowledgeable investment analyst firms in the world, had valued the shares in MHIL at 337 million US dollars, so about 2.3 billion Trinidad and Tobago dollars. As usual, Senator Mark has pulled out of a rabbit out of a hat, saying he has some valuation from some company in Luxembourg. Of course, he doesn't produce it. Standard with Senator Mark. It's just like that fake court order he spoke about when he was the presiding officer in the other place. He couldn't produce the court order. What in fact it was a pre-action protocol letter. And I don't believe that Senator Mark does not know the difference between a court order and a pre-action protocol letter. I don't believe that. That was a ruse. But be that as it may, so he pulls something out of a hat, and says, oh, in Luxembourg, they value the company at 600 million US. I also heard today he has a video of a meeting at the Prime Minister's. Well, produce the video. Produce it, bring it. Absolute rubbish. Absolute rubbish. So the fact of the matter is, a professional valuer valued the shares at 337 million US dollars. The shares were offered to the other shareholder. In any company, shareholders can have agreements at any time. You can have a directors meeting at any time. So the shares were offered to the other shareholder at the price of $337 million, and they agreed. And they paid. And that is the end of that. And there's some other points I want to make. CLICO is not a wholly owned state enterprise. If you were listening to Senator Mark, you would think so. Because I took notes of all the wild claims that he made. Let me hear what he said. The last screaming thing about foreign exchange. He said, we were getting hundreds of millions of US dollars all the time. Who we? Colonial Life is controlled by the liquidator. They own 51% of the company. It's a private company. The government has a minority shareholding in the company. What we you're talking about? There are no we. Any dividends paid by MHIL were paid to Colonial Life, not to the government. It's just shocking, the level of misinformation, the level of nonsense that Senator Mark puts into the public domain is shocking. And not only is Colonial Life a private company, it is not a state enterprise. We have a minority share. I want to repeat that. We have a minority share. We don't control that company. And you could see that because the liquidator published a short while ago that he had appointed a majority of directors to the board of Colonial Life, which he's entitled to do because he has 51% of the shares in the company. There are no we in this. The way Senator Mark speaks about this, it is the government that sell the shares at an undervalue. I heard Senator Mark repeat over and over, why did the government undervalue the shares? Poppycock. The government didn't value no shares. But he repeats these things and he puts it out in the public domain in the hope that some foolish person would listen to him, despite his track record. So the fact of the matter is, the shares were valued by a reputable, international, highly regarded valuation firm. They put a value on it. In accordance with the shareholders' agreement, the shares were offered the other party. They agreed to buy it for the valuation price. I don't know what else to say about this thing. What else do you want me to say? It's a private company. I must compel Colonial Life to disclose to you confidential valuations and confidential minutes of meetings. Look, Mr. Vice President, I really don't have time for this, I have no time for this nonsense. Go, all I would tell Senator Mark, you go and try and compel a private company to disclose their confidential corporate information. Go ahead, go to court and do it. Because this government is not going to do that. And that's all I have to say on this matter. Thank you.
Senator Lyder.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I thank you for this opportunity to stand up and make a contribution. Mr. President, I was not planning on speaking today. In fact, like Senator Roberts, I myself wasn't feeling very well. And Senator Roberts was supposed to be standing here today speaking, and I'm sure you'd have debunked this Minister of Finance with his level of shouting today, because as he talks about Senator Mark, but I see he's learned very well from Senator Mark how to shout. But when Senator Mark called me last night and gave me some of what he told me today and a lot more of what I heard here, and given the fact that not only myself, but the rest of this country does not trust this government and doesn't trust the things that they say in here or outside on our platform, Mr. President, I was compelled to come and say a few words on this motion. And normally I would say, Mr. President, that this would have been a timely motion brought by my colleague Senator Mark with the very shocking truths that I heard come out of Senator Mark's mouth today. And I look forward to seeing those pictures. I want to see the pictures of the Prime Minister and the Minister of Energy. I look forward to seeing those pictures. But, Mr. President, it is not a timely motion, Mr. President. This is a motion that has come too late in the game, because the PNM and their appointed board has gone about selling an asset in the still of the night. There's a saying, Mr. President, they say, and I don't want to mention the word, but they say, gone like a something in the night. If I say what the something is, that will be very unparliamentary. So I prefer to say they sell it like a PNM in the night, Mr. President. Like a PNM in the night. That's what they did. And you all could put together what the other word would have been, and maybe who the cap fit, let them wear it. Yeah. Let them wear it. But, Mr. President, when I look at the transaction that this motion targets, I can't help but think about all the different fire sale that this government has done with our nation's assets. And this is yet again, once again, another example of a fire sale, Mr. President. A fire sale. And, the thing with a fire sale, Mr. President, that shows? That shows a government that has no vision, that has no plan and have no mission. That is what a fire sale government does, Mr. President. Mr. President, any government that builds a country based on fire sales have no right to be in the halls of power. And it won't be very long until that changes, Mr. President. As soon as they call the elections, we will sit down, and as Senator Mark has done, we will investigate this matter thoroughly. Mr. President, and those on the other side are going to scoff, as we heard the Honourable Minister of Finance scoff and muddle and shout, right, about it not being a fire sale and valuations and valuations. If you have the valuations, bring the valuations, as Senator Mark said, and show us the valuations. But you refuse to do so. So if your name, how you say it, if your name man, bring the valuations as Senator Mark has called for, let us take a look at those valuations. What do you have to hide? Mr. President, but when you think about this industry, and the primary function of this industry is methanol, where this government-appointed directors have sold it, you have to ask yourself the question, why would a government want to dispose shares of something, of a company like this in the energy sector? Mr. President, let me tell you why I asked the question why they want to dispose these shares. The shares that they did not have to dispose. Because in my less than 24 hours of research, I pulled up some facts on the methanol industry. So if you would allow me to read a few quick headlines about the methanol, which is the primary business of this MHIL, that has now been sold. Mr. President, look at the S&P Global on May the 30th, 2024, which says, methanol to seek global supply expansion. Transparent Research Market Incorporated during September 2024 says, a shift to renewable energy and increased demand for methanol-based fuel will drive the market for methanol. We go on. The IMARC Group's Methanol Market Report 2025 to 2033 predicts that over the next 9 years, global methanol will go from $38 billion US to $56 billion US. So I hear a Minister of Finance talking about, oh, the price fluctuated. Where's the expertise coming from the government to read these simple things I could have pulled off the net? Because any good businessman would know, you don't look at just today alone at a price, but you look at what the future holds. And I did so, Mr. President. Let me repeat it again. From $36 billion to $56 billion. And especially when a government who has mama guide this country about dragon gas, and the dragon gas ain't gonna dance, one would have felt they would have want either the government or any local entity invested here in Trinidad, we CLICO shareholders would have wanted to have kept those shares, Mr. President. But you fire sell it. Mr. President, so not just the surveyors and the analysts are reporting an improvement in this market, Mr. President, but look at the prices. Look, I am going to read out the price. I'm going to read the facts because I double-check things. When I hear the Minister of Finance talk, I like to double-check things. And I quickly went and I wrote in some things here, Mr. President. Let me tell you. The U.S. price for methanol averaged at $366 per metric ton in September 2015. By the end of 2023, it was $571 per metric ton. And as at November 22nd, 2024, Methanex, you know, is a very large methanol supplier, is selling it at US $834 per ton currently. And yes, we understand when Senator Mark spoke about the price going up almost to $1,500. We know a war in Ukraine could cause that, so we know that's a spike. But all indicators are telling us that this is an industry that is heading towards success. Heading towards success.
Why are you selling?
So why would you dispose something? It makes no sense to dispose a national asset that could have bought, and you're telling me about bringing in US dollars? So the local company couldn't be bringing in US dollars too? You see, they have no argument, especially when $1.5 billion in foreign direct investment jumps out our shores. So you helping the CLICO shareholders to lose more foreign exchange. Mr. President, so methanol is up. The market is growing, and the opportunities for the MHIL is in increased profits is on the horizon. But we are discussing a fire sale. And I must ask the question, what about the debt? Because I heard the debt being bandied about. CLICO's debt has been thrown about. And we know about CL Financial's debt, but we knew that CLICO was owing the government, up until this point, $1.1 billion. CLICO, that is. So we have to ask the question, a company that CLICO has the shares in, owing $1.1 billion, why did you dispose the assets? Now, Senator Mark alluded to the minister in the Ministry of Finance, who came into the Senate and just brisked on it. But you see, I like to back up Senator Mark's statements, right? Because if you listen to the Honourable Minister of Finance, who is very good with words, I mean, the goodly minister has been here for many years, like my colleague, Senator Tim Gopeesingh, and they have the experience and how to twist words to try to make Senator Mark look like he's losing credibility. But Mr. President, let me give you, I took from the Hansard, Mr. President, exactly what the minister in the Ministry of Finance said. And I don't know if when he said this, that's the reason why he no longer gets in San Fernando East again. I was hoping that when I heard that news, you know, my Honorable Minister of Tourism would have been chosen again. No, I just really hoped that he would have been considered again, right? There are people down there want to hear a nice, long, wet stoops again when they ask for the house. But, you see, but Mr. President, let me go to the Hansard and let me tell you what the minister in the Ministry of Finance actually stated. He says, it was agreed that CLICO's offer for sale of MHIL shares will be a maximum of 36.63% and a minimum of 16%. MHIL shareholding and that any offered shares not taken up by CEL will be offered to the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for debt reduction. That's what he said, right? And any remaining shares thereafter will be offered to a non-competitive third party. The maximum offer of 36.63% shareholding was sufficient to cover the outstanding debt owed to the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. So he's saying that, you know. What is being sold covered the debt, you know, Mr. President. The government have a chance to take shares, you know. When the Honourable Minister said how no, the government have no stakeholding, the government had an opportunity here. Senator Mark, to own the shares, are going by what the minister, the outgoing member of Parliament for San Fernando East said. Mr. President, so he goes on, he says, so I said the maximum offer of 36% shareholdings was sufficient to cover the debt owed to the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, while allowing CLICO to retain the maximum percentage holding permitted by the Insurance Act 2018, which is 20%. That's what the minister said. And the minister goes on again to say, on January 9, 2023, the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago accepted an offer from CLICO of 19.63% of CLICO's 36.63% shareholding in MHIL at the valuation price as part of the reduction of its debt owed to the government of Trinidad and Tobago. I'm quoting the minister here. So I don't know what the Minister of Finance is saying about the government have no stake in this. Mr. President, so on the one hand, the government is saying that CLICO is going in one direction, and on the other hand, when we listen today, they have done completely the opposite thing at the end of 2023. Mr. President, let me go further, you know, because it's important to know these fellas doing fire sale, and it's not just the opposition coming here and saying these things, you know. Let me quote Anthony Wilson, who characterizes this best in The Guardian in December 2023.
in an article entitled Government to Sell MHIL Shares to Proman, where he says, and I quote, "The decision by the parties to sell the block of shares to Proman, which is the minority 43.47% owners of MHIL, appears to be a reversal of the government's position to acquire shares in MHIL for itself and for the National Investment Fund." Where the finance minister gone? Where is the finance minister gone? I was hoping he was here to listen to this. Listen, we didn't see it, you know. Mr. President, it is quoted here by Anthony Wilson. So don't come and tell me about how the government wouldn't get nothing. They had a chance.
He wanted to get shares.
Right? That's why I didn't buy what he said there. I had to check the facts, Mr. President. Mr. President, so take this at face value that the minister came to the Senate to indicate that CLICO and the government have an arrangement for MHIL shares to clear the debts owing to the state. That is what it says there. And then without proper public notice, within weeks, you know, Mr. President, CLICO is selling elsewhere, giving away, fire sale. And I'm going to get to the fire sale of that just now. So what is happening here? I have to ask that question, Mr. President. I have to ask the question. And I say again, is the minister in the Ministry of Finance who comes here to answer questions and sits down for the whole day in the Senate like a squatter? Whole day in the Senate like a squatter. Obviously being blocked out and blanked out from anything that happens in the Ministry of Finance. When he came there and answered that, maybe from a technocrat wrote it for him. When he came there and answered that question, did he fall into the bad books with this government, and that is why he now lost his San Fernando seat? Is that why? I'm just curious, is that why? Because it is here on the Hansard, Mr. President. What we heard from the Honourable Minister of Finance was fiction. Mr. President, so why the central bank? So while the central bank still has had emergency control over CLICO, while the central bank had, before they no longer had control over CLICO, why didn't they sell some other non-operating assets or non-profitable assets or something else to cover the debt? Why didn't they opt to take the shares for themselves? Mr. President, so when anybody in the public operating with any level of common sense, any business person who have common sense, I don't know how much people on this side have any business or ever run a business, right? Maybe some hanky-panky business, but what business they ever run? How are you going to sell an asset when you see the trajectory of that asset going up internationally? When you have a foreign exchange problem in the country and you have the opportunity to take those shares. Mr. President, but I'll tell you something. The minister talked about no profit. No profit. He said no profit. They're not declaring any profit. They wouldn't get no shares. Well, I went on the same www.clico.com, as Senator Mark went on, and I took a look at the financial reports. And the consolidated accounts of CLICO for 2022 showed MHIL made a gross profit of $200 million. A gross profit of $200 million in 2022. That's right. In 2022, $200 million gross profit.
And that's about 56% of it.
And they sell it out. 56%. Yes. So I did that. So this company has been profitable for a number of years. If you, as an entity, not seeking your share and your profit, something wrong. You incompetent. You're not sending your people to go and find out what's going on. If my company was making $200 million and I got no shareholding from it, I go on with some auditors, I jump in a plane, I go on one time to find out what's going on. But it's an easy cop-out to say, well, we weren't getting any share, nothing, and so we just sell it. Mr. President, so what it means is that MHIL through CLICO has been a foreign exchange earner for this country with the potential to bring in more, and it could have been, as I explained ad nauseum, it could have been a foreign exchange
earner for the government if the government opted to take the shares. Or if it was a private sector holding in Trinidad, it's still foreign exchange that they could bring to invest in Trinidad. Mr. President, so while the government has failed, while this government has failed, and again, I hear the minister justified by saying that, you know, it's not the government won't own anything. But you run $1.5 billion in foreign direct investment from this country, and you're ready to run more again? You wouldn't take the opportunity to ensure that locals own these shares if you, the government, don't want to take it? So it's not enough that you lost $1.5 billion? Mr. President, when we consider that this government has failed to diversify this economy outside the oil and gas, failed to do so. Tourism, down. Agriculture, down. Overall manufacturing, down. The economy, 20% down. You piping off such a good asset like this. Mr. President, piping, you know, it is. Yeah, like, okay, Petrotrin was piped off. Right? All the steel in Petrotrin today, piping off. That's what's going on. All the rusting metal, piping off. Anyway, I won't be distracted by the Honourable Minister of Tourism, you know. I would be very quiet if my industry that I'm in the Ministry of is down 30-something% today. Yes, it is down 37. Well, argue with the CSO. Argue with the CSO. I would be very quiet. If I was the Minister of Tourism, I'd be quiet when you see 30% decline in tourism. I'd stay quiet for that one. And go and fight with the thing. Build $1.2 billion airport and don't have no hotel to put the people in. $1.2 billion airport and have no hotel to put the people in. Have no infrastructure for the people and them to come inside. And have no signed, no signature with no airlines to come inside. Well, I only responded to the crosstalk, Mr. President. I'll get back to my to my presentation. I only responded to the crosstalk. It's lovely crosstalk here today, you know, because I find this get jumpy and antsy, ants in the pants when they know they're in trouble. Ants in the pants when they know they're in trouble. So, Mr. President, while they failed to diversify this economy, while they have not been able to bring in foreign exchange, which is impacting not just the small, medium, and micro businesses, you know, every business in this country is under pressure today, you know. Everyone, even their financiers, under pressure today. That's why secretly they're going behind their back and they're hoping that our early election is called so that they are removed. Yes, but all right, okay. Anyway, I'm moving on. So, Mr. President, so when we see $200 million as the gross profit, and citizens of this country see their credit cards get slashed for foreign exchange down to $2,000, knowing that we could have got this forex coming in, that would have helped bolster the decline in the foreign exchange. It just simply makes no sense. How many parents today can't send their children to school again? Under pressure, even if they get scholarship, they can't.
So, Senator,
yes, Mr.
I'm listening, and at this point, you're stretching the same point as far as it could possibly go.
Right, yes.
There's one main point throughout the thread of the argument. I would ask you to wrap that point up. Don't stretch it.
Right.
And move on to an entirely new point if you have one.
Yes, no problem, Mr. President. So I have just a paragraph to go and I'll wrap up that point. Thank you for your guidance. You know, I always listen to you, being a very fair presiding officer. But basically, in a nutshell, as I close the point, Mr. President, what this government has done is rejected the golden goose that laid the golden egg for this country, one of the golden goose. And we have seen that time and time again, Mr. President, especially in the energy sector, when we saw the closure of Petrotrin that was bringing in $350 million a year, and now $200 million gross profit, which a share of this would have gone to the government, if not a private sector here. So they have killed the goose that has basically laid the golden egg. You know, it reminds me of, Mr. President, I don't want to get biblical.
Doesn't remind you of anything. That was the end of that point. Next point.
Mr. President, I really just wanted to end because I felt very biblical. I felt very biblical today.
Have a seat. It's ended. The point is ended. I've gotten it. Everybody has gotten it. I think you've made that point. Next point.
I just have a final line. It's biblical. It's biblical. It ties to this. It ties to what the PNM is doing in this country, Mr. President. But you know what they have done? They have rejected it. They have rejected this company, just like the people in Nazareth rejected Jesus Christ for Barabbas, a criminal. We see criminal.
Senator Lyder, have a seat. Senator Lyder, I highly want to suspect you don't have another point. I've heard gooses with golden eggs. I've heard of Jesus. I've heard of Nazareth. I've heard of all of it. That's it. So that point has ended. We've gotten it. Have a seat. I'm not done. All I want to hear is something new. Do you have it?
Yes, I have. Because I want to respond to the Honorable Minister of Finance, right? When he spoke about the valuation and certain things like that, right? There was a comment he made, and he brought the last UNC-led government into the picture. Boy, when that went on, I got a WhatsApp message. And I wanted to clear it up for the record, because they say, oh, this matter of sale of this asset started under the UNC, the United National Congress. You know, Mr. President, when the sale was being considered under the UNC, when it was being considered, and remember, the then Minister Larry Hawaii, when the stakeholders had expressed a dissatisfaction, when the Court of Appeal had issued a valuation of $1.175 billion US, that was the valuation by the courts. You know what happened then, Mr. President? I was reminded that Larry Hawaii, who was overseeing the interest of the asset at that point in time, he rejected that price of $1.175 billion. He said that was undervalued. That's the Minister of Finance under UNC saying, we reject that value of $1.175 billion. Senator Mark, you would remember that. Minister Hawaii rejected it. Instead, Minister Hawaii was saying at that time that the value could be anywhere from $1.3 billion and up. Not $300+ million. So this nonsense I'm hearing here about a UNC government wanting to sell, we have a Minister of Finance on record stating that he refused to accept an offer of $1.17 billion. That was a man at foresight, because he could see the trajectory of methanol and where it was going. That is UNC. The UNC had a good Minister of Finance, a good Minister of Energy, and they saw the future. So they rejected the court's valuation. But let me tell you this, as we go on to valuations, Mr. President, right? I want to tell you this. Come in 2022, in CLICO's financial reports under notes to the separate financial statement, we then saw that the PNM appointed board who conducted an internal valuation in this company had it now at $337 million. $10 million less the transaction that is subject to this motion today. And so this means, Mr. President, that the MHIL was sold for a TT valuation of $2.268 billion. Right? So this in itself raises questions, as CLICO's 2021 separate financial statement says this about the value. And I'm going to quote it, because I need to justify what Senator Mark is saying. The total carrying value of these assets is $2.61 billion. So that's what they said in 2021. And mysteriously, a year later, it's gone down to $2.28 billion. And let me read from the Energy Chamber of Trinidad and Tobago's article. During this 2021 to 2022 period, on April 17th, 2021, titled NGC. Senator Mark, hear this one. I didn't hear you say this one. NGC
and Proman announces interim gas supply agreement, where it says, and I quote, "The National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago Limited, NGC, and the Proman Trinidad announced the resumption of an interim gas supply arrangement which would facilitate an immediate restart of the MHTL's M4 and M5000 methanol plants. This interim agreement was put in place while the commercial terms of a long-term gas supply contract are being finalized between the two parties." So, Mr. President, here it is. There was an opportunity to have an agreement with NGC, which is a wholly owned, which is a national company, Trinidad and Tobago. Why is the Honourable Minister removing Trinidad and Tobago from this? Mr. President, so this Senate is here to believe that in a period where methanol prices were significantly higher, and with the spike of the war in Ukraine, and with the supply to NGC, we are to believe that all of that, the 30-year supply contract to this German company, an arrangement with NGC, all these things heading this company in an upward direction. Positive direction. Things are looking good for this country. We just had to reach out and take the percentage. The Honourable Minister is back. I'm glad he's here. But they sell out, and you are here to tell me you could justify, with all of that, a 13% reduction in the price of this company, of the share, sorry? It just does not make sense. The maths not mathsing, Mr. President.
This government don't make sense.
The maths not mathsing. But, Mr. President, I want to move on now, because, you see, we spoke about an independent valuation on this company. And Senator Mark grazed on it slightly. But he didn't go into any detail. I had a detail here. Because one thing you have to have is an audit. Your auditors bring information to be able to come up with a value. I want to show you what happened with KPMG, an independent auditor report that came out for CLICO for 2020. You know what it said? Let me quote it. This is what the report said. The valuation of the investments in subsidies is based on outdated information, as updated information is not available to management for further analysis. And you remember they're doing this valuation internally, yeah? All right? We were unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence about the carrying amount of the company's investment in Methanol Holdings International Limited as at December 31st, 2020, because updated financial information about Methanol Holdings International Limited was not provided to us. This is the internal auditor, KPMG. Mr. President, that is damning. The independent auditors were denied access to the requisite information to properly assess and value this company or the shareholdings in this company. Mr. President, look, it goes on. That's not the end, you know. Listen to this. I have it here. I stayed up late last night checking this out. Mr. President, KPMG independent auditors report of CLICO for 2021 now. So if you didn't believe 2020, let's go to 2021. And it quotes, "The valuation of the investments in subsidiaries is based on outdated information, as updated information is not available to the management for further analysis." Sounding similar to the first one? "We were unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence about the carrying amount of the company's investment in Methanol Holdings International Limited as at December 31st, 2021, because updated financial information about Methanol Holdings International Limited was not provided to us." Mr. President, that's 2 years in a row, you know. KPMG, the official independent auditors, telling us this, you know. They have been blocked from properly auditing MHIL. Who blocked them? I want to know who blocked them. Senator Mark wants to know who blocked them. Everybody on the UNC side of the country wants to know who blocked them. Mr. President.
That's why the minister run off.
But listen. I don't want to leave it at 2021. I want to go to 2022 now, man.
Go, brother.
Let me go to 2022 report. It gets even more damning where they state, and I quote, "We were unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence on the fair value balance of $2.58 billion reported as investment in subsidiary for Methanol Holdings International Limited, MHIL, as of December the 31st. You hear that? You hear that? The audit report of December 31st, 2021 was modified accordingly. Consequently, we are unable to determine whether any adjustments, if any adjustments were necessary to the fair value movement of the $323 million that it went down. Recognized in other comprehensive income in a separate statement on other comprehensive income for the year ending December 31st, 2022. So Senator Mark was right. They're doing their internal valuation, and it's still at the night, like a PNM in the night. And the auditors and the independent auditors cannot quantify or qualify how you get to the $2.58 billion and how you could reduce it by $320-something million.
Sound like the Auditor General report.
Boy, here now. So then, Mr. President, so then I have no choice. I have no choice today to have entered this debate today and have support my colleague, Senator Mark, where I call on the documents. We want to see the documents. We want to see the financial statements. We want to see the legal reports. We want to see the audit reports. We want to see everything.
Everything.
We want the naked truth.
Everything.
The people of Trinidad and Tobago want the naked truth. We are here fighting on their behalf. Not just the 309,000 that voted for us, but all 1.4 million people in this country. Many who will add to our voting count in the next election, Mr. President. So that is what we want. So the government would have this nation believe that the value of $1.175 billion from the court arbitration, that ain't making no sense. $347 million after 3 years of this government-appointed directorship. Blocked independent audits into the asset and
Senator, 5 more minutes.
And magically value of $50 million US lower. Mr. President, I put it to this country that the government has closed down Petrotrin, they have mothballed Train 1, and the government that cannot account for $2.6 billion in the auditor's report cannot now account for the value of the MHIL. So we must echo the sentiments. Everyone on this side must echo the sentiments, and I hope that all right-thinking persons in this parliament, even though you're sitting on that side, it is time for you all to convert. Put God in all your life. Yeah. Many of you all won't be around in 1 year from now. You won't be around. It only have 6 on this side. So out of the 15, good, 9 gone. 9 gone. So, Mr. President, now is a good time to support this. So when Trinidad and Tobagonians could have bought in and have a say in our own methanol industry in an era where the market is expanding, the PNM's elitist vision is to take another profitable asset away from the hands of the working man.
That is the point, right?
Away from the hands of the working man, Mr. President. But Mr. President, so I say to those on that side, what they have done to Petrotrin now, they do it to MHIL. But they will have to account for it. You see, Mr. President, they have to account, and they have to answer to the citizens who are now in, as I close, Mr. President. This government has to account to the citizens of this nation who's struggling to get foreign exchange here today. This government needs to account to the citizens of this country who will be losing a level of economic gain when we see our economy decline by 20%. This government is going to have to account to the small, medium, and micro companies here who have to line up for $500 because they can't get Forex and they're shutting down. And I hope the minister in the Ministry of Works and Transport will join me in saying 6,000 SMEs have shut their doors because of this.
Mr. President, he has gone awry.
Yes, it's okay. I'm
Standing
closing.
orders, 46-1.
I'm closing. What's he standing on? I'm closing.
46-1.
What is he standing on? I'm closing.
No, Senator Lyder. Yes. There's a point of order.
46-1.
Senator Gopeesingh. Minister, point of order.
He's gone awry again.
Okay, so the member has about 2 minutes left and he's wrapping up. I will invite you to wrap up, Senator Lyder.
Boy, let me tell you something. Boy. Let me tell you. Jumpy. It's like it reminds me when I pelt a stone to a wasp nest. They come around like buzzing like wasp here today, boy, Mr. President. They're like wasp here today, boy, stinging. But Mr. President, you know something though? If all of those things I said, they don't want to account to the citizens, they don't want to account to small business, they don't want to account to the opposition, they don't want to account to the citizens of this country, when the election is called and we take government, they might be accounting to the courts.
Yes.
They might be accounting to the courts for criminal negligence, Mr. President, when we find out the real and true details and expose that, because time longer than time, Mr. President. It was indeed an honor to contribute to this motion here today, and especially to serve the citizens of this nation, many of who are suffering today at the hands of this government, who has mismanaged, misguided, and completely destroyed the fabric of our society. And I thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Gopeesingh.
Thank you, Mr. President, and for the opportunity to be able to contribute, even as a temporary senator today, having understood what was happening to my colleague, Senator Roberts, yesterday when he was ill. So my preparation would not have been as extensive as I would have liked it to be. But bearing in mind that it's such a critical motion raised by the leader of government business in the Senate, a leader of opposition business in the Senate, Senator Wade Mark, a brilliant, hardworking, industrious, who has served this country for more than 30 years in different positions. And something has been very troubling to him for a long time on this sale of CLICO shares in MHIL. And so he has brought a motion which I fully support and endorse the motion, particularly asking Mr. President for information to be presented to the Senate to show why the government made a decision with CLICO, because there is no valuable piece of evidential information that will support what the government did. So Senator Mark, in his motion, asked, be it resolved that the Senate call on the government to table within 14 days all documents related to the agreement between CLICO and Consolidated Energies Limited, CEL, for the sale of the MHIL shares, including, but not limited to, any acquisition agreements, valuation, and legal opinions. So his motion is seeking for information to be presented to the Senate to justify what the government has encouraged CLICO to do, to sell out the 56% of the shares in MHIL. And so I come now to the Minister of Finance response. And the first statement he made, the government of Central Bank was not in control. We don't know how to appreciate that statement. When did the government, the governor of Central Bank or the Central Bank remove themselves from control of CLICO
as far as the MHIL issue is concerned. So there's a statement that made by the Minister of Finance. Government of Central Bank was not in control. And he tried to repudiate the statement by Senator Mark when Senator Mark made the statement that the central bank is in control of CLICO as far as all the shares are concerned, because central bank is the entity which tells the government and CLICO you must have, if you want, not more than 20% of the shares in the company. So CLICO could have sold the 36% of the shares of the 56% they have. But why did they go and sell the other 20%? And the Minister of Finance is saying that CLICO was not under the jurisdiction of the central bank anymore. Well, show where that is supported. When did central bank remove themselves as controlling the CLICO issue with MHIL? So we don't take that with any degree of sincerity from the Minister of Finance that the government of central bank was not in control. We question that altogether. And he said that the central bank relinquished that on December 2022. So where is that? The Minister of Finance has come here for 10 or 15 minutes and make a statement, speak for 10 or 15 minutes on an important issue like this, where millions of dollars are being lost when the values of these shares were valued at about $356 million and sold for $336 million.
Where's the justification?
So we asked the Minister of Finance, when he makes the statement of central bank relinquishing their hold on CLICO and MHIL in December 2022, this is what Senator Mark is asking. Give us the information. Provide the information.
Mr. President, Standing Order 53(1)B. What is that?
Repetition. Okay. Yeah, I heard
the issue that is coming forward is that this motion is crafted so specifically that it is extremely difficult to argue it without running into tedious repetition. I am hearing in the beginning of your contribution that you're traversing the same pathway as the two speakers before you. What makes matters worse also is that one side is speaking, coming after each other. So very quickly, you're hearing the same arguments over and over again. So the standing order raised is one that speaks to tedious repetition. I will ask you, given that context, to try your best to navigate in a way that doesn't repeat what has been said before.
Frighten the debate on that side.
I was moving on, Mr. President, to the other points.
The debate on that side.
He went on to give the issue of the methanol spot prices, and he tried to paint a picture that the price of ammonia and methanol were not going up. So he painted a picture of January 2020, $480, October 21, $500, and he even mentioned July 2022, $1,300. So it's $1,300 while it's going up, but you want to sell. And so he contradicted himself when he said the methanol spot prices are remaining stable, but it slipped out from him when he said that in July 2022, it was $1,300. And he spoke about the number of valuations in MHIL. Where were these valuations, Honorable Minister? This is what Senator Mark is asking for. the valuations, provide evaluations for us?
Mr. President, Standing Order 53-1B.
Senator Gopeesingh, I don't know how to put this across again. There's no way to argue something this specific several times without repeating yourself and others. I would ask you to raise a point that has not been raised before, and I'm listening closely, and I understand the difficulty, but nonetheless the standing orders are the standing orders. Continue.
Mr. President, sometimes repetition is good for the soul.
It's good for the soul, but it's against the standing orders. So now that you've acknowledged that, again, tread very carefully.
So in finality on that point, we asked the minister to provide the evaluation report of Charles Rivers, which he has based his statement on, that a proper valuation was done. So to close that point about valuation, we ask him to provide the Charles Rivers valuation of 2020. The other point is, he said that CLICO is not a wholly owned state enterprise. We appreciate that CLICO is 49% owned by the state. A major state enterprise is more than when you have more than 50%. But for the benefit of the citizens.
Point of order, Mr. Vice President. 53-1B.
What's that?
What?
What's that? No repetition there. What are you talking about?
It's training now.
Yeah, boy. Oh, God, boy. What's that?
It's training now.
Again, you are developing the point and I'm listening closely, but like I said, you are on the thinnest line so far for the day. Continue.
Yes. Yeah, Mr. President, the point is that why he believes that because it is not a wholly owned enterprise, that the government does not have a responsibility in look after the financial interests of its citizens, when 49% of the shares in MHIL belong to CLICO, and CLICO was owing the government money.
Yes, good point. Good new point. Very good new point.
And he went on to say that CLICO is a private company, but yet still 49% of the shares is owned by the state and by the people. So, Mr. President, we are conscious of any process of disposal of any act by any company, and we ask for independent valuations and for provision by Charles Rivers. And we ask for information related to when Central Bank removed themselves as responsible for
Mr. President,
the MHIL.
Word for word, this is repetition. Standing Order 53-1B. I'm sorry.
Yes, so the repetition here, Senator Gopeesingh, is of your own arguments from the very start. Again, like I said, it is a very difficult task. So this is your final warning in relation to tedious repetition. I would ask you to, at this point, if you have no new points, wrap up.
Yeah, so Mr. President, The issue that Senator Mark raised before the Senate today, and which he has been speaking for at least about a year, the information that we are asking for as a responsible opposition on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, where millions of dollars are in question, and the transparency that it requires in dealing with its citizens' money is important. The government has failed to provide the necessary transparent valuations and information related to MHIL.
Point of order, Mr. President. Vice President, 53(1)B.
Mr. President, Standing Order 53(1)B.
You still want me to continue teaching you?
Doesn't matter. You're repeating.
All right. I could still continue to teach.
So I am taking, Senator Gopeesingh, that you are on your closing sentence. Again, you know, because it's been somewhat tedious in terms of the arguments going forward, normally you would summarize what you've said before, but to do that will just make it more tedious. So just make this your closing argument or your closing statement and end it.
Mr. President, I am closing my discussions on this matter.
Repeat it, man.
But it's important for me to consolidate the fact in support of the Senator Mark assertion that the motion is fully supported by all the senators on this side, and the motion specifically asks for that the Senate call on the government to commission an independent
You don't need to read it,
forensic-
Senator. You don't need to read it. All right,
So
Senator.
do this.
Senator Gopeesingh. You're welcome. Senator Mark.
Yeah. Mr. President, you want these standing orders because I am on my legs? Oh, I see. No, I'm about to speak. No, I'm bringing my motion to an end. Yes. Mr. President, I'd like to thank all of my colleagues who would have contributed to this motion today. Of course, Mr. President, I have to refute some statements attributed to have been made by the Minister of Finance here today. In my contribution, I was demonstrating that there was a public offering in 2020. And it was on the Luxembourg Stock Exchange. And I cannot display because you would say I can't do it. But I take strong umbrage and objection to a Minister of Finance trying to give the impression to the population that I have come here with false information. I have it in my possession here, and the name of the document is Consolidated Energy Finance SA. And they are raising, Mr. President, or seeking to raise in a refinancing exercise monies amounting to $525 million US and 250 million euros. Right? It's here. And in order to justify this amount of money, that they were seeking to raise in 2020, they had to provide in the appendix the real net worth, the real net value, the real net assets of Consolidated Energy Limited. So I can refer you, Mr. President, to F in the appendix 82. It's here. F82, Mr. President. And if you go to F82, this is not something that I have pulled from a hat. I have not dreamed up or dreamt of this. So I take strong umbrage to a Minister of Finance who is a stranger to the truth, trying to insult me.
Disrespectful.
It's very disrespectful. Mr. Vice President, Mr. President, all we are seeking to do in this debate is to provide to Trinidad and Tobago information, so we can deal with transparency and accountability. That is what we are after here. So I am not coming to accuse the minister or the government of any hanky-panky arrangement. That is not my objective. My objective here today is for the government to come clean by providing us with the information that we have requested. They have not done it. So all they come in with is old talk, Mr. Vice President, Mr. President. So here it is. I am positing, I am advancing, Mr. President, that you have a government who is seeking to, or who has disposed of the shares. And I want to tell this Honorable Minister of Finance. Under the Central Bank Act, Section 44, F, I think 6, the minister gives general and specific directions to the governor of the central bank. The minister is large and in charge. So if you look, Mr. President, at the quarterly reports, the last one was published in December of 2022. Everywhere you look, you will read where the minister, the governor, is saying that he's acting on the instructions of the Minister of Finance. Everything is on the instructions of the Minister of Finance. So, we have a situation, Mr. President, where the government of Trinidad and Tobago has 49% shares in CLICO. And through the Minister of Finance, he's issuing instructions to the governor of the central bank to dispose of certain assets. It is almost like an incestuous kind of relationship. There's no arm's length relationship.
is himself to himself. So you have a firm called Charles Rivers and Associates. A very colorful international organization. And we are asking Mr. Vice President, where is the information? Where's the data? I have demonstrated here beyond any shadow of a doubt that what we had in this exercise involving the sale was not a true and genuine valuation of these assets. What CLICO produced in their report in 2022 revealed, Mr. President, that an in-house valuation was conducted by the CLICO management. And I do not know if Charles Rivers was brought in as a ruse to cover up. So you cannot come here in this parliament and try, when we are seeking to protect the public interest. That is what this side is about. That is what the opposition is about here, Mr. Vice President. We are about protecting the national interests. So here it is. We want to compare, Mr. President, because we want answers, because we are searching for answers. We can't understand why this is happening. So we happen to go and to conduct a search, and the search revealed, Mr. President, that this company called Consolidated Energy Limited revealed nakedly the truth in this public offering. And they were able to show in the appendix F82 and F83 of this public offering by Consolidated Energy Limited, Mr. President, at the end of 2020, December 31st, we were able to show from this report in 2020, Mr. President, that the real true value of the asset of both MHIL and Consolidated Energy Limited at the end of December 31st, 2020, Mr. President, was equivalent, according to this report, $614 million US. That is what the report is showing. And I'm saying, Mr. President, if you take 56.53% of this number, 614, what are you getting? You're getting $347 million US for the shares of MHIL at the end of 2020. But here it is, we have an in-house valuation taking place, telling us, Mr. President, that the real value that they arrived at in 2022, using the low, the mid, and the high, was $337 million US. That is what they told us. When Consolidated Energy was telling us in 2020 the total value of this company was $614 million. So who are we to believe? We don't have all the facts before us. We don't have all the data before us. And we are calling on the government through this private member's motion, Mr. President, for the government to provide us with the data, with the information, with the documentation, so we can do our analysis to arrive at a proper evaluation of what the reality is. That is all we are asking for, Mr. President. Now, this Minister of Finance has questions to answer. I know screaming here, Mr. Minister. You always talking about ice creaming? This attempt at trying to cover up will not work here, you know. And I want to tell the Minister of Finance and his team, do not try to bully this opposition. We get the impression at times, Mr. President, they feel they can bully this opposition. No. Mr. President, I am telling you in closing my debate on this private member's motion, the Minister of Finance has questions to answer. Plenty. He must explain to this House why he, as Minister of Finance, in 2022 into 2023, why did Corporation Seoul purchase and signed a sale and purchase agreement and sign all the legal papers to acquire 19% of MHIL 36.53% shares for Corporation Seoul? Why? And then I have him on an interview. Mr. Minister, don't play with me, you know. I have the Minister of Finance on an interview with a woman working at NLCB, where he had an interview. I have him. And you know, Mr. Vice President, I want to tell Mr. President, as soon as they knew this was coming up, they take out everything. You can't see him but at all. They're gone. But you think I stupid? I took it down and I have it. I have it with the minister being interviewed. Yeah, with a woman called Rhoda Barrett. What? That was in August of 2022. I have it on record. And what the minister was telling the honorable, the particular person, Mr. President, was about NIF. You see the point that you just said about NIF? The minister was seeking the shares as assets in order to put into existence NIF 2. What? And that is why the junior minister, the minister in the Ministry of Finance, came here and told us it was a done deal.
I quoted it.
It was a done deal.
I quoted it for you.
I have the minister being quoted. I hear the man, I listen to the man.
The honorable minister.
He said we are very close to getting NIF 2 going. I have it. But he and his boss still are. He and his boss fell out. Yes. You want to tell us that, Mr. President? So, the minister must tell this country, the minister must tell this country what went wrong. Everything was signed off, Mr. President. Everything. I have all the evidence. I know this thing like the back of my hand. They signed, shareholder agreement was signed. The valuation agreement was signed. The valuation report was signed. The sale and purchase agreement was signed. All they had to do was update the share register. And what happened? The minister has taken a vow of silence. He will not speak on that issue. You must tell us, Honorable Minister of Finance, what went wrong. Why did you purchase 19% for corporation sold, 17% for NIF, and then within 8 months of your Prime Minister going to Zurich, everything went up in smoke? Tell us what happened. That is what the minister has to tell us. Why did the government not go into NIF 2? Even Rhoda Barrett was saying NIF 1 was a major success. And the minister was there shaking his head, supporting and saying, yes, it was a success. Yes, and he was going into what is called NIF 2, because that was a dream. But that was shattered when that trip took place to Zurich. So, Mr. Vice President, Mr. President, rather, this is a matter that is not as simple as the minister wishes to make it out.
Scandalous proportion.
This has criminal misconduct. Criminal misconduct is involved in this transaction. Mr. President, I challenge the minister again because he's afraid. The minister cannot table the Charles River Associates International Valuation Report. He can't do it. I dare him to produce and table that report, because there may be no such report, and the whole process is illegal, unlawful, null and void, and of no effect.
You're talking about fraud,
This is fraud. The police have to come by. You have to call in the police on this one. It's fraud. Yeah? And that is why the minister is not only short in height, he was short in his contribution. He's afraid to talk. You know why? He had 45 minutes to talk, 40 minutes. He talked for 50 minutes and he ran. And that's what he has been doing consistently. You know why, Mr. President? The Minister of Finance knows the truth. He knows the truth. He knows what happened. Right?
He was instructed.
Yeah? And you're coming here to Ramage?
On who?
On who?
On who?
Who are you coming here to Ramage on? None of we doing. We will crush the PNM. We will crush them all the time. We are not going to allow the PNM to bully us. You're mad?
Never.
So, Mr. President, this is a very serious matter. And yes, I've been here for 30 years, but you know me? You can talk what you want. Not when I say he, the Honorable Minister. I am owing no inland revenue, $500,000 in stamp duty. I am owing no inland revenue, $500,000 in stamp duties. So anybody who want to accuse me of what kind of thing, I ain't owing nobody money. You can accuse me of anything, but I ain't owing nobody money. I ain't owing no inland revenue $500,000 in stamp duty. And I have the evidence, and don't push me, bring it out, Oh, I have a file on you, I have a file on you. Why do you think you're going to resign? You're not coming for you to come out to notice. Come and take your seat. You gone. You understand? I'm coming for you. And you. Yeah, man. Yeah. So this is a very serious matter, man. Very serious matter. When you steal from the public purse, the people suffer. And we are here to ensure that everything is done properly, and there's transparency, and there's accountability. I am not accusing the government of thieving as yet. I'm saying bring the evidence, bring the documentation, Mr. President, so that we can go through it. We want to go through those documents, man. And you know what is even more telling, Mr. President? The government could have gotten their $1 billion either through bonds that they could have retired, or they could have gotten it cash, or a combination of both. And they could have delayed this transaction 5 years down the road, and even longer. So we could have had a revenue stream coming from the shares that we own in the Oman methanol plant. And that would have been a good source of foreign exchange. That is what we are arguing. The minister said so. Right? That is what we are arguing. And you don't give a stranger. You don't get foreigners, boy. That's a neo-colonial approach. You sell out the interests of the country. For what? Man, we will meet you on the campaign trail, Mr. Minister of Finance, and we'll eat you raw. We have enough evidence to bury you and your party. I never passed a law in the parliament and piloted myself in order to ensure I pay a cent on
Mr. President, 46-6, please. Standing order 46-6.
No. First and foremost, have a seat, Minister Senator Mark. We do not refer to people in this chamber as these people. We honor everybody's title in this chamber. And we debate with decorum. As much as we may get emotional about any topic discussed inside here, we keep our heads with us. Senator Mark, you are well aware. Do not impute any improper motives in here. When responding to raise a standing order, we do just that. Continue, Senator Mark.
So, Mr. President, as I said, we have serious concerns, and we have brought this motion hoping that the minister and the government will come clean and tell us what is the true state of play with the sale and sellout of our 56.53% shares in MHIL. And the minister and the government, every one of them remains silent. They have not debated. Nothing. Only one man came here to debate, Mr. President, today, was the Minister of Finance. How can you have a proper debate on a matter involving the national interest? And when who told you to zip your lips today? They're not saying nothing, Mr. President. So we bring a motion. We prosecuted the motion. Well, of course, my colleagues and so on are not aware of what's going on in the back bench. Right? So they haven't participated either. But this is something that is in the public interest, in the national interest. So we have to prosecute this matter without getting the benefit of the government responding to our concerns. Nothing. Nothing.
Why did Junior Minister didn't come?
Yeah?
They isolated him.
So as far as we are concerned, this is political war, right? And we are taking no prisoners. That is what we will do, and die for our rights too. I want to tell you that. I sign up for my rights and I die for my rights. I sign up for my rights and I die for my rights. And no PNM. No PNM. No matter what complexion or shade they may come in, will intimidate me. Us in the UNC. Never. Yeah. So, Mr. President, listen, we will take this matter to the public platform. We will go to the public and expose these people. They don't care. They don't care. Alibaba and the 40 thieves. Right? They don't care. So, Mr. President, I think I have brought to the attention of this Honorable Senate and to your attention, Mr. President, a matter that we consider to be of grave importance to the national community. We have done our duty. I feel satisfied and comforted that we have done our duty to the people of T&T. And they can always depend on us. They can always depend on us, Mr. President. We are no cocoa, no sun. We are expecting no rain. None. So, Mr. President, how many minutes I have again before I wrap up, Mr. President? Can you advise?
Senator Mark is up. 5.
5? Yeah, I don't think I'll take all that time with your leave. I just wanted to make sure that all the critical points that is contained in the recital, I would have touched. And when the minister says, Mr. President, that we are the ones, I want to remind the minister, when Petrotrin was destroyed, Mr. President, through the World GTL project, we were in government at the time. And Gil came to us, and he wanted us to sell him the plant for $35 million, and we refused to do it. You know who signed it off? The Minister of Finance. And Minister who challenged me, I have it in black and white, with his signature. So whenever I talk, I don't just talk lightly, I have the evidence. I have the evidence. Minister Imbert, member for the Gopeesingh Northeast, sign off.
Minister of Finance.
Minister of Finance, sign off. So we have it in black and white. So to come and tell this Parliament, you know what, Mr. President? The resolution plan for CLICO was drawn up by Jawala, and then you executed the man on Christmas Eve. And then you're coming to tell us that yes, it was in the plan, and who is denying that, Mr. President? As partial payment for the outstanding debt owed the government. So Jawala put MHIL there. But what did you do, Mr. Honorable Minister of Finance, through you, Mr. President? You fired the man, you executed the man, and you owe the man millions of dollars right now. Right?
Point of order. 46-1.
Point of order again, Minister of Finance. Just repeat.
Relevance.
So, Senator Mark, again, you're wrapping up as you have indicated. Just keep it tight to what's before us.
Mr. President, I don't know if you were here at the time, but the minister is on record as accusing us in the UNC of being responsible for selling out MHIL because we are the ones who had it in the resolution plan. The Honorable Minister said that. And I'm responding to the Honorable Minister. Mr. President.
Point of order.
Mr. President.
Relevance. That is not a response to me.
You think you're a plantation?
Okay, Senator Mark, no. Senator Mark, you are all, Senator Mark, I'm on my legs. Again, temper your responses. You are on your legs and you are wrapping up. Please do so.
So, Mr. President, you see I'm very passionate about corruption, thieving.
Senator Mark, just again be careful. In the context of what is before us, the specificity of it, and the specific ministry that it pertains to, certain phrases and the context that they are put in can cross the line of imputation. So just be careful.
So, Mr. President, this is a matter that we believe the government should be very willing, if they have nothing to hide, to provide public information through documentation, not for me, not for you, Honorable President, but for every member of the Senate and for the members of the House of Representatives, and through them to the people of TNT. So we want to just get to the truth. Mr. President, I don't know if you saw an article. And you know, Mr. President, it was complete silence on the part of this government when it came to the disposal of this 56.53%. Everybody took a vow of silence. Nothing. It is the opposition that had the Prime Minister speaking on this matter. It is the opposition that called out the junior minister or minister in the Ministry of Finance. It is the opposition that forced the Honorable Minister of Finance to respond. They were not telling the country nothing, Mr. President. And you would want to believe, Mr. President. And I want to ask the question, Mr. President. Why did the governor, and I cast no aspersions on him. I met him at the University of the West Indies when I was doing my degree. So I know him for a number of years. He's a decent fellow. So I have nothing against the gentleman. All I ask, Mr. President, and maybe the Minister of Finance, who is in charge indirectly of the central bank, could tell this Parliament and tell the Senate, Mr. President, what motivated the governor of the central bank to exit CLICO, to exit from the supervision of CLICO on the 1st of December 2022. Knowing full well, Mr. President, knowing full well that CLICO was owing the taxpayers of this country $1.1 billion. That is a question I want to put to the governor of the central bank. Was the governor aware of something going on and he didn't want to be party to that? Why did the governor, Mr. President, in the last quarterly report that you have in your possession, I have in my possession, and we have in our possession, how come in that last report the governor did not tell Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. President, that Charles River Associates International was hired and did the independent valuation? How come the governor did not tell us this? We get from the Honorable Minister of Finance, we get from the Prime Minister, we get from the Minister in the Ministry of Finance, but we never got it from CLICO management. We never got it from KPMG. We never got it from Claire Gomez Miller. Only the politicians were telling us about Charles Rivers. Is Charles Rivers in the back pocket of politicians? These are serious issues. Mr. President, I was saying to you earlier, I think I have 3 more minutes. There's an article, Mr. President, dated Thursday, July the 4th, 2024. And the headline reads, CLICO auditor denied access to MHIL information. How come the Minister of Finance did not speak to this? Is it because Minister of Finance, Mr. President, may I ask, through you, the Minister of Finance, a question? What is the relationship between the Minister of Finance and the former executive chairman of CLICO, Claire Gomez Miller? I just asked a question. I imply nothing. I just asked a question. Can the minister indicate to this parliament what is the relationship between him and that individual? Because since that lady arrived on the compound of CLICO, we have had consistent qualified opinions. 2018 she arrived, for the first time, qualified opinion. Right until 2023. And in 2024, they fired KPMG. So what conclusion, what tentative conclusion, Mr. President, would you draw? Why did CLICO fire KPMG? What role did the minister play in the firing of KPMG?
President, standing order 46.6.
I'm not implying anything. I'm asking a question.
Yeah, but a point of order is
In
being
asking
raised.
a series.
One second. A point of order is being raised, and therefore it must be allowed to be heard. Leader of government business.
Mr. President, the member is violating Standing Order 46.6. He's imputing improper motives via a series of questions, and he knows exactly what he's doing.
Okay, so Senator Mark, you have 2 minutes left. Again, just be careful, because to the average individual listening, the questions can lead them to believe that there's something nefarious taking place. Hence the reason it's bordering on imputation of improper motives. Continue.
Let me indicate very clearly, it is not designed to impute improper motives. I am not casting any negative aspersions on the good character of any member of this honorable house. I want to make that very clear. My hands are clean and my heart is pure. I imply nothing. All I'm asking, Mr. President, through you in closing, we just ask the government to provide us with the information. That's all we're asking. We are not too clear. That's why we're asking questions. We are not too clear. So if you could provide us with the information, because you have nothing to hide and everything is above board, Mr. President, then we would be in a better position to come and say, listen, this thing is above board. Chapter closed. Book closed. Game over. Yes, that's all we're asking for. So, Mr. President, I want to thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I'm very proud and happy to prosecute and articulate in the interest of the working man and woman a matter that could possibly involve close to $1 billion of unaccounted money. $1 billion of unaccounted money. We need to get to the bottom of this and try to understand where this money gone. That is all we're asking. Where the money gone? That's all we're asking. We're not imputing no improper motive to anybody. We are just asking questions and we are seeking clarification. Mr. President, I thank you.
Mr. President, I seek your permission under Standing Order 44-2 to conclude this debate.
Honorable Senators, the Minister of Finance seeks leave under Standing Order 44-2, which speaks to a Minister or Parliamentary Secretary may conclude the debate on any motion that is critical of the government or reflects adversely on or is calculated to bring discredit upon the government or a government officer. As such, I am inclined to allow the Minister of Finance to wrap up this debate. Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, I must express amazement at the behavior of Senator Mark. During the last 10 minutes, I've been accused of having a relationship with some lady. I've been accused of what is it? I was accused of having a company in my back pocket. I was accused of thieving. I think I heard that. I was accused of not paying taxes. There's a whole bunch of sickening allegations coming from Senator Mark under the cover of parliamentary privilege, none of which are true. He would not have the courage to go outside and say one of those things. Not one. But anyway, let's deal with the facts. After you allow me to express my disgust at his behavior. So what are the facts? There is, in fact, a valuation done by Charles Rivers Associates. The senator actually attempted to imply there was no such valuation. In fact, he said it doesn't exist. So I have in my possession a copy of the valuation done by Charles Rivers Associates. And the valuation was prepared for Colonial Life Insurance Company Limited. You see, Mr. President, unlike Senator Mark, my documents are real. They're not fake. So I have in my possession a copy of the valuation prepared by Charles River Associates for Colonial Life Insurance Company, and it's entitled Evaluation of Share of Methanol Holdings, International Limited Shares Owned by Colonial Life Insurance Company, Trinidad Limited, and Consolidated Energy Limited. And it's dated October the 30th, 2022. And pertinent to all the screaming that has come from the other side is the shareholders agreement and the share valuation agreement between CLICO and Consolidated Energy. And clause 8.1 of that agreement states as follows, under the heading Confidential Information. Either party may disclose to its authorized officers, directors, auditors, shareholders, or their legal advisors the draft report and the evaluation report, as well as any documents and other information that they receive from the other party or the valuer in the course of this engagement. That's 8.1. And 8.2 reads as follows. Save as set out in clause 8.1, each party shall, during this agreement and after its termination, keep confidential and not use or disclose or attempt to use or disclose to any other person any of the information that is not authorized in its possession or publicly available without obtaining authorization from the other party. Standard non-disclosure clause. Now, the fact of the matter is the party to this agreement, the valuation of the shares, the parties are Colonial Life and Consolidated Energy Limited. The government is not in control of Colonial Life. We are certainly not the owner of Consolidated Energy Limited. So we are not a controlling party with respect to this agreement. If we were, if we owned Colonial Life or the majority shares in the Colonial Life, then we could seek the permission of the other party, Consolidated Energy, to disclose the share valuation agreement. But we are not even the controlling shareholder of Colonial Life. We have no locus in this, Mr. President. And Senator Mark knows that. I heard Dr. Gopeesingh, Senator Gopeesingh, making the same point. But they know that in order to disclose this valuation report, the parties to the agreement will have to give permission. We can't just go and do it just so. That's point one. The second point is, Colonial Life owed the government about $18 billion. And the 2015 plan to dispose of the assets of Colonial Life to repay the government that $18 billion, which is part of the $30 billion owed to the government, instituted in mid-2015, made it clear that the whole point was for Colonial Life to dispose of all of its assets to repay the government the $18 billion. There was a process going through, and we reached the end of the process in 22, where the Colonial Life still owed the government over $1 billion. So the plan developed under the UNC administration is that CLICO will continue to sell its assets until it has paid off that $18 billion. And included in that plan, there was specific reference to the sale of the Methanol Holdings International Limited shares. So everything that has been said on that side is irrational. It is entirely irrational. The taxpayers of this country bailed out Colonial Life. The taxpayers of this country were owed $18 billion. And the $18 billion that we eventually recovered from Colonial Life was used for the service of the population of Trinidad and Tobago. Without that $18 billion, we would have struggled over the last 9 years to meet our responsibilities as a government and as a country to pay public servants salaries and to keep this country running. I am very happy that I was able to conclude the process where CLICO repaid the entire $18 billion it owed to the people of this country. I know they couldn't do it. They maybe didn't even want to do it because they're all tied up in CLICO in one way or the other. But the fact of the matter is we were pursuing a plan developed in 2015 that was executed and completed by this government. Now, where in that could anybody with a sane mind see some sort of nefarious plan to rip off the people of this country? only somebody who is disturbed would come to that conclusion. And Charles Rivers Associates is one of the largest analysts, valuation firms in the world. And that is why Senator Mark found himself in difficulty trying to criticize them, because you can't find nothing on them. They advise governments, they advise Fortune 500 companies. They are one of the most reputable valuation companies in the world. And contrary to all the gobbledygook that was uttered on that side, gobbledygook and poppycock, those words have strong meanings when applied to them. Babbles of noise designed to confuse the public. Babbling designed to confuse the public.
Senator Mark, please continue.
Another example, Mr. President, of babbling designed to confuse the public. Just babbling. How can in one breath Senator Mark say we used an in-house valuation, and then in the next side of his mouth he says we use Charles Rivers Associates? And then in the next side of his mouth he said the governor was complicit in some kind of nefarious plan. And then in the other side of his mouth he says he not casting any aspersions on the governor. Yes. Yeah. He's utterly confused, or perhaps his intent is to confuse the population. There is nothing in this. One of the best, honest, reputable valuation companies in the world was selected by the central bank, agreed to by the parties, agreed to by Colonial Life, agreed to by Consolidated Energy. That valuation took about a year. This is no Mickey Mouse thing where some members opposite feel they could just come and throw numbers all over the place. This is not some children's playtime. The people took a year to do the valuation. These are serious people. And they came up with a valuation of $337 million US being the midpoint value of the shares. And Senator Mark is screaming about something in Luxembourg. But as usual, he's mixing up two different companies. The entity we are speaking about is Methanol Holdings International Limited. The company he is speaking about is Consolidated Energy. It's two completely different companies. Standard UNC disinformation. Disinformation, Mr. President.
Please
Standard disinformation. And, Mr. President, what Senator Mark does as well, he mixes up dates and times and places and people. We're in 2024. We're not in 2019. So there is nothing that Senator Mark said that was true. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. This is an agreement that was part of a plan developed by the UNC, followed through by this administration. When we took over in 2015, it took us 9 years to get to this point, to recover that $18 billion. And let me tell you something else. That $337 million US went into Colonial Life's bank account, where a lot of it is still sitting there. And we have said this year, we are going to sell our 49% in Colonial Life. And most likely, the people who have the money to purchase Colonial Life are foreigners, persons who trade in US dollars. So all this screaming and carrying on about loss of US dollars, absolute poppycock. Poppycock. And I'll give you an example. Senator Mark didn't tell you, Mr. President, that back in 2012, 2013, they tried to sell the shares in the other methanol company, Methanol Holdings. They violated the shareholders' agreement. The other party initiated arbitration proceedings. And when the arbitration was over, this country lost over $4 billion in value. That is the legacy of the UNC with respect to shares owned by CL Financial and owned by Colonial Life. They bungled that arbitration. They put a value on the shares of over $10 billion. They tell everybody that when they sell the shares, they will get $10 billion, they get $7 billion. That's UNC. That is their history. That is their legacy. So it is painful, knowing how they operate, knowing how they think. They think everybody is like them. They think everybody is like their associates. They think everybody has these kind of impure thoughts like them. They want to associate everybody else with their behavior. But we are not like you. We are not corrupt. We are not corrupt like the UNC government. And that is why we won the 2020 election. Remember, we have been in government now for 2 terms. The population had an opportunity to judge us in 2020. Yes.
Please, control your outbursts. Senator Gopeesingh. Continue, Minister.
Mr. President, it's necessary to say these things, because people have short memories. And the way they speak, the way the UNC speaks, the nonsense that they speak, they feel they could just repeat it 3 and 4 times, using a technique developed by Hermann Goebbels during the Nazi oppression. You say an untruth 3 and 4 times, and it sinks in. And you also say an untruth that is so outrageous that people will say, but that had to be true, boy. that is Goebbels came up with that. I can't use the proper definition of it. It's called the big untruth, but use another word to describe it, right? And it is the forerunner to gaslighting, where you make people doubt themselves. That is them. That is them. And it is painful, Mr. President. It is painful to listen to them. Very, very, very painful. It is painful. It is painful when people are doing their work in a responsible manner, when they are doing their best for the people of this country, and you have to listen to that. I can't use unparliamentary words. Hogwash, yes, hogwash is a good word. I had another word in mind. Okay, it's painful to listen to that. What are the facts? Let's deal with emotion. What are the facts? There was an agreement to sell the shares. The purpose of the agreement is to pay back the country for the money given to Colonial Life. The agreement was established by the UNC. It said that you value the shares and you offer the shares to the other party. If they agree to pay, you sell them the shares. And when they pay for the shares, the money comes back to the taxpayers of this country. That is what went on. Senator Mark has spent I don't know how long on all sorts of flights of fantasy, all sorts of nasty allegations, his usual innuendos, the usual, I can't use the word, I want to, but I'll be deemed to be unparliamentary, Mr. President. The usual disgraceful and disgusting, sickening allegations coming from Senator Mark that he will not dare to step outside this parliament and repeat without the cover of parliamentary privilege. What do you say? You have a file? Bring the file, man. Give it to the newspapers. Give it to me. I will hand it to the Express tomorrow. Bring the file. Bring the video. Bring the evidence. Senator Mark is a purveyor of untruths. This motion is a disgrace. It is a red herring. It is a waste of parliamentary time. It is a waste of private members' day. There are so many important things that this Senate could be discussing. Instead of this rubbish, utter rubbish, if Senator Mark has all that evidence, the video, the minutes, the file, the this and the that, how come you're keeping it secret to yourself? Bust the mark now. So, Mr. President, this is a set of foolishness, and I reject everything said by Senator Mark. It's a total tissue of untruths, blatant untruths, falsehoods, nasty falsehoods are that. Thank you.
Honorable senators, the question is, be it resolved that the Senate call on the government to table within 14 days all documents relevant to the agreement between CLICO and CEL for the sale of MHIL shares, including but not limited to any acquisition agreements, valuations, and legal opinions. And be it further resolved that the Senate call on the government to commission an independent forensic audit into said sale agreement should these documents not be provided within the above stated period. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. I think the noes have it. The motion is not carried. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this Senate do now adjourn to Friday, November 29th, 2024 at 1:30 p.m., at which point the government would debate the finance bill and the FATF bill to completion.
Honourable Senators, before I put the question on the adjournment, leave has been granted for two matters to be raised on the motion for the adjournment of the Senate. Senator Mark, I crave your indulgement to start with motion number 2. The Minister of Finance is here to respond.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. President, I have the matter on the motion for the adjournment reads, the failure of the Minister of Finance to approve the appointment of members of the Board of the Customs Brokers and Customs Clerks Association, and the negative impact on the board's operations over the past 6 months. Now, when this was filed, it was 6 months, and that is why it is recorded. That is, the board was not functioning after the life of the board, the term of the board, expired. Today, as we speak, Mr. President, it is now 13 months the board has not been functioning. Now, we understand that this is having some consequences for the work of this board. For example, exams are held April and October, respectively, of each year. So with this board not in place for 13 months, we would have had a situation where no exams would have been held in April last year, and October. And we are now going into, well, April of this year, I should say, Mr. President, and October of this year. So 2 sets of exams that were supposed to be held have not been held. There are other functions that this board would carry out. Licenses, for example. I understand they issue licenses. And they also conduct apprenticeship programs. So this non-appointment, Mr. President, is having a negative impact on the operations of this board. Now, I have a letter dated the 10th of May, 2024, and signed by the Minister of Finance.
It is addressed to one Mr. Suraj Maharaj, President of the Customs Clerk and Customs Brokers Association. In this correspondence, Mr. President, the Minister of Finance has indicated that some audit was conducted, and the audit revealed certain irregularities, financial and other irregularities. We understand that the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service is conducting an investigation right now into this matter. The minister, in his correspondence, talked about weak control or controls, lack of documented examination process, certain anomalies in the licensing process, customs brokers conducted business with expired licenses, lack of monitoring mechanisms, human resource constraints, no record of board minutes prior to January 2023, and financial irregularities, which are the subject of an ongoing investigation. Now, the Ministry of Finance has sent in its Central Audit Committee to look into activities within the management of the board of the customs clerks and customs brokers. Mr. President, if the government has to conduct, as they have conducted and may be conducting as we speak, an audit, that is their right. Because the Minister of Finance has some responsibility for this entity. The minister, I understand, requested that 3 new names be submitted to replace existing names. I guess those names may have been associated with activities that may have resulted from this internal audit. The question that has to be posed here to the Honorable Minister through your good self, what is happening with the 3 new names that have been submitted, which was requested by the minister? Because the board is not in operation, certain functions have been stalled. The Comptroller of Customs and Excise, who is an ex officio chairman of the board, is operating a one-man show or a one-woman show. This is leading to frustration. So I think that the time has come for the minister to indicate what interim measures, Mr. President, will be effected in an effort to ensure that the operations of this board can continue whilst the police is investigating, whilst whether the Central Audit Unit is conducting further investigations. But you cannot have such a significant board in abeyance for 13 long months, and it is impacting negatively on persons who may have an interest in becoming custom clerks and becoming custom brokers. As I said, exams are set in the months of April and October, respectively, and we have had none in 2024. So I have brought this matter to this Honorable Senate to get from the Honorable Minister the government's position as it relates to the next steps. How are we going forward, Mr. President, to address these issues? Is the minister proposing that we have a permanent arrangement where the board
Senator, you have 1 more minute.
Where the board will not be functioning? What is the answer? Because frustration is mounting at that particular level. So this matter on the motion for the adjournment is to extract from the government its decision as to when it is going to reconstitute the board with new directors, as the minister has requested new names, which I understand have been submitted to the minister, so that this board can continue in the execution of its work. Mr. President, I thank you.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. President. Am I to assume I have 10 minutes?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, when Senator Mark brings a matter before this place, it's either to accuse somebody of corruption or to lobby on behalf of persons accused of corruption. In this particular case, let me clarify first that the Customs Brokers and Customs Clerks Act provides for a Customs Brokers Board and not the board of the Customs Brokers and Customs Clerks Association as misstated by Senator Mark. The Act mandates that the board consists of a controller of customs and excise, who serves as ex officio chairman, along with 6 other members appointed by the Minister of Finance. These members include representatives from the Customs and Excise Division, the Federated Chambers of Industry and Commerce, the Shipping Association, and the Customs Clerks and Customs Brokers Association. In 2021, the government agreed in accordance with the Act the appointment of a Customs Brokers Board for a 2-year term. This expired on October the 31st, 2023. Now, as an aside, the minister may, at any time, in accordance with Section 3(3) of the Act, and without assigning any reason, cancel any appointment made under the Act. The delay in appointment of a new board has not been due to any negligence on the part of the government. In 2023, and I'm sure Senator Mark knows this, an audit of the financial records of the board for the years 2018 to 2023 was conducted by the audit unit of the Customs and Excise Division. It uncovered issues such as the misappropriation of funds, the forgery of signatures, and questionable certification of payment vouchers. The audit identified financial irregularities for the necessary attention of the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Finance. The value of suspicious transactions totaled $888,375, which included payments of $196,920 to the suspended clerk of the board. The chairman of the board signature appeared as authorizing payments. However, the chairman stated that she did not sign any such payment vouchers. There were multiple payments of overtime not approved by the board. There were multiple payments for legal representation not approved by the board. These findings were escalated to the fraud squad and the police service for thorough investigation. Concurrently, a separate audit was conducted by the Central Audit Committee of the Ministry of Finance. The first one was done by internal audit in Customs and Excise. The second audit
was done by the Central Audit Committee of the Ministry of Finance. The Central Audit Committee identified the following: policies and procedures to guide the operation of the Customs Brokers Board were non-existent. There was no committee to oversee the setting, conducting, safekeeping, and marking of examination scripts for customs brokers and customs clerks. Licenses for customs brokers and customs clerks were processed, signed, and issued by junior clerks on applications which were incomplete, and there was no supervision. In contravention of the Act, the board did not publish an annual list of names of the holders of licenses for customs brokers and customs clerks during the period of the audit 2021 to 2023. The last such list, which is a legal requirement, was published in 2019. In contravention of the Act, an alarming 466 customs brokers and customs clerks did not renew the licenses for 2024 but continued to operate. 13 customs brokers who did not renew their licenses conducted transactions totaling almost $1.5 billion during a period of just 6 weeks, January 1st to February 7th. Board oversight was lacking, prompting the Customs and Excise Division and the Central Audit Committee to recommend that the law, the Customs Brokers and Customs Clerks Act, be reviewed. There were also concerns over the examination process. Section 7 of the Act requires the competence and fitness of customs clerks and customs brokers to be determined through an examination process. The following procedures were found to be unacceptable. Classes for examinations were offered by board members. So you sitting on our board, but you offering extra lessons to persons to pass the exam. The examinations were prepared by a retired customs officer who visited the classes prior to the examination. The retired customs officer collected the examination scripts after the examinations and took the scripts to an unknown venue for marking, reportedly his home. I'm sure Senator Mark knows all of this. The chairman indicated to the board that the exam procedures were not transparent, did not conform to best practices. Attempts to improve the procedures were met with the board members representing the Customs Brokers and Customs Clerks Association. I mean, pages and pages of malfeasance. I don't have time to read all of this. What I did as Minister of Finance when I was presented with this tale of corruption and fraud was to simply write a soft letter to the Customs Brokers Association and say, look, in view of all of this, which has been sent to the police, of which you are well aware, would you kindly nominate some different people to sit on the board for the next term? They said, no. The people who are accused of all of this, stealing money, rigging examinations, they said no. And this is what has led to the current impasse. I don't know who they are. I'm not calling any name. I am not behaving like Senator Mark. I'm not going to say all of them is UNC. I ain't doing that. But I'm just saying, I wrote a soft letter saying, look, in light of the fact that this matters with the police, people steal money, almost $1 million. Man carrying home examination script. Man rigging the exam. Would you kindly recommend some different people? They say no. I say, well, all right. We'll have to amend the Act. So that, because it's a self-regulated body, like many professional bodies in this country and elsewhere, it's a self-regulated body. But if they can't regulate themselves, then we'll have to come to the Parliament and seek the permission of the Parliament to put more rigorous procedures in place to prevent this kind of craziness from taking place. So that is where we are right now. I'm advised that the amendments to the legislation are almost complete, and I expect within a couple of months I will come to this place and the other place and seek the agreement of members to amend the law so that this kind of madness will not occur again. Thank you.
Senator Mark? Yeah, no, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, Mr. President, the other matter I wish to raise is a very critically important issue and challenge, I should say, facing the national economy of TNT. And that has to do with the decline of the labor force participation rate and its impact on national output and employment. Now, Mr. President, what we have observed over the last 10 years, having regard to what took place in the period 2002 to 2009, when on average we reached a point of a 63% labor force participation rate. So between 2002 to 2009, within that range, we had a labor force participation rate of close to 62 to 63%, which was relatively healthy, but we could have gone a little further up the ladder. Then between 2010 to 2015, the labor force participation rate would have averaged at around 61% or thereabouts. And Mr. President, between 2015 to the present time, what we have witnessed is a consistent fluctuation in the labor force participation rate in Trinidad and Tobago, moving from a high of close to 62 to 63% between 2002 to 2009, somewhere between there, to a low almost of 55%. Now, that is having a very negative impact on national output and employment levels in our country. So you have this fictional number of 4.5% or thereabout as being given as the unemployment rate. But when you look, Mr. President, at the labor force and the employment level and the rate of contraction of the labor force in this country over the last 9 years and worsening, there's a gap of almost 60,000 persons who, Mr. President, seem to have disappeared. So you have an unemployment rate of 4.5%, and then you have an inactive labor population. When you look at your labor force and the employment level in the country, you have a 60,000 number emerging. Sometimes it could vary between 60, 50. The question that is being asked, Mr. President, who are these people? What is their age range? What is their ethnicity? What is their gender? Because this is having an impact on national output and employment. So it is a very important and serious challenge that we are facing in Trinidad and Tobago. Because the lower the level of the labor force participation rate and the lower the level of national output, Mr. President, you have a challenge in the unemployment, or the employment, I should say, level in the country. So, the government needs to explain to this Parliament why the labor force participation rate is declining at such a rate in Trinidad and Tobago. And we need to address that issue so that we can increase that participation rate and consequently increase employment and generate greater national output, which is important for economic growth in our nation. So this is why, Mr. President, I have raised this matter to get some answers from the government as to what measures, what steps are being taken to address this issue, this challenge, this problem existing in the current labor market. And I'm hopeful that the spokesman for the government on labor matters will be able to address this extremely difficult, dangerous, troubling, and disturbing trend. Mr. President, I have 2 more minutes?
1 more minute.
1 more minute. Mr. President, the question has to be addressed and has to be addressed quickly. And I'm looking forward to the government providing answers to this situation that is facing the nation at this time. So, Mr. President, I look forward to getting some answers from the government on how it intends to address this issue of declining labor force participation, falling national output, and falling employment levels. Thank you, Mr. President.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, Senator Mark, in his moving this matter on the adjournment, concluded with a phrase that went something like difficult, dangerous, and disturbing. And Mr. President, it appears that Senator Mark has found difficulty in being accurate before the Senate of Trinidad and Tobago. I don't know what is the record for the number of times in one sitting that a senator can be wrong, but that record was under threat today by the goodly Senator Mark. How does one begin to respond to what was just said? Well, Mr. President, Senator Mark prides himself, sees himself as some type of labor expert. But it appears that he requires a bit of a labor lecture, and I will proceed to offer him some edification. So it might be best, Mr. President, which he did not do, if I begin by defining the term labor force participation rate, which is prominently referenced in the matter as phrased by Senator Mark, in order to clearly identify and understand the contour of its relationship with national economic output, which we measure as gross domestic product, GDP. According to the International Labour Organization, the labor force participation rate is a measure of the proportion of a country's working age population that engages actively in the labor market, either by working or looking for work. It provides an indication of the size of the supply of labor available to engage in the production of goods and services relative to the population at working age. Mr. President, the expectation and linkage between the labor force participation rate and GDP is really a positive relationship. This means that a reduction in the labor force participation rate is associated generally with a decline in GDP and vice versa. Now, a comparative analysis of the labor force participation rate and GDP growth rates in Trinidad and Tobago do reveal that in the period 2013 to 2014, the labor force participation rate actually saw a slight increase from 61.4% to 61.9%. This corresponded to a similar increase in the real GDP growth from 3.5% to 3.9% for the same period. However, from the period 2015 to 2021, the labor force participation rate did decline from 60.6% to 54.8%, and similarly it was observed that real GDP growth declined for most of that period. And then, Mr. President, in 2013, we have seen significant improvements in the unemployment rate, where unemployment declined to 3.7% in the second quarter of 2023, compared to 4.5% for the same period in 2022. There was also an increase in the number of persons with jobs from 562,700 in the second quarter of 2022 to 587,400 in the second quarter of 2023. This was reflected in an increase in the labor force participation rate up to 56.2%, up from 55.2% in the first quarter of 2023 and 54.4% in the second quarter of 2022. So, Mr. President, it is unreasonable at best to claim that there has been any persistent decline. It is false to claim that there has been any persistent decline in the labor force participation rate. Mr. President, there have been improvements in 2023, but perhaps it would be useful to explain why in previous years there was some degree of decline. Firstly, it is normal for the labor force participation rate to drop marginally during periods of declining economic growth, as business contractions do take place. In this situation, persons may focus on continuing their schooling, upskilling exercises, and early retirement rather than entering or re-entering the labor force. These are completely normal observations. The correlation between GDP growth rate and the labor force participation rate is extremely complex and influenced by multiple factors. Other indicators such as employment rates, inflation rates, crude oil prices, and government policies also play a very critical and important role. When we examine the labor force participation rate in relation to the non-institutional population, It was observed that while the labor force participation rate was falling in those years, the non-institutional population did increase from 1,059,600 persons in 2013 to 1,080,700 persons in 2022. A declining labor force participation rate coupled with an increasing non-institutional population can be the result of a number of factors, which include a significant portion of the labor force pursuing education, a notable number of women engaged in household duties, an aging population, or workers that might be disaffected by one reason or the other. Education and skills gaps can also result in lower labor force participation rates in some scenarios. Mr. President, it is important to recognize that the issue of a significant portion of the labor force pursuing education. As we are all aware, education plays a vital role in shaping the future labor force, and pursuing education is commendable. However, this trend can have a significant impact on the labor force participation rate. According to data obtained from the CSO, there was an increase in the number of persons in the non-institutional population in school from 85,282 persons in Q1 2016 to 95,201 persons in Q1 of 2023. As more persons are engaged in educational pursuits, they become temporarily absent from the labor force, and thereby reducing the available labor force for productive economic activities. Another factor contributing to possible reduction in labor force participation rates may be the number of women engaged in household duties. Traditionally, women take on responsibilities related to caring for the family, managing household affairs, etc., etc. But these very valuable acts of unpaid labor carried out by some women can have an impact on labor force participation rates. According to CSO data, there was a moderate downward trend in the number of persons in housekeeping over the period Q1 2016 to Q1 2023. However, there's a sharp increase when the value rose from 107,188 women in 2022 to 120,404 women in the first quarter of 2023. That is an increase of 13,216 women. So these are all important factors. In addition, there's the issue of an aging population in Trinidad and Tobago, which is not unique to this country. Many other nations are experiencing the effects of aging populations. As individuals reach retirement age, they often exit the labor force, resulting in a decline in the labor force participation rate. Again, data from the CSO shows a growing number of retirees over the period, which is an indicator of Trinidad and Tobago's aging population. The number of retired persons grew from 143,605 persons to 190,775 persons over the period 2016 to 2022. That is an increase of 47,170 persons. Nonetheless, there was a small decline of 8,864 persons by the end of the reference period. Mr. President, based on all of the foregoing, the government of Trinidad and Tobago remains committed to providing innovative solutions, nurturing our human capital, and creating an environment where our labor force can thrive, will thrive, and is thriving. The government understands the intricate relationship between the labor force participation rate and GDP and has implemented numerous policies geared toward increasing the labor force participation rate. As we continue to work toward the realization of our national development goals, with the strong input, guidance, and leadership of an excellent Minister of Labor under this PNM administration, it is important that we continue to prioritize the revitalization of this labor force and the subsequent increase in national output. This requires a holistic output involving both government and all other stakeholders, educational institutions, businesses, and all individuals. We're on the right track, Mr. President, and I thank you.
Honourable Senators, The question is that this Senate do now adjourn to Friday, the 29th of November, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate now stands adjourned to Friday, the 29th of November, 2024 at 1:30 p.m.